overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. A very warm welcome again. And this is Amrita Sharma. As a senior host, I welcome you all to another beautiful episode of Yoga and Meditation. It has become an important part of holistic healing. It has become an important part of our lives to think about how lifestyle can be managed and we can cure ourselves and stay happy and enrich the wealth of wellness in ourselves by living healthy through practices of yoga and meditation. This practice of yoga has given worldwide a lot of enrichment in many, many forms, may it be happiness, health, wealth, or fame. But it has also counted itself among the reality that these traditional knowledges worldwide are so important and we must appreciate them and acknowledge them. And that's why in today's episode, we will be having experts from the fields of yoga and meditation, as well as renowned personalities from Brahma Kumaris and Osho Fragrance with us, who will be sharing their wisdom and lightening us with their glories on meditation and yoga. But before that, the first thing is prayers. So let's begin with Gayatri Mantra. Sit straight, close your eyes. With a calm mind, taking a deep breath inside. Pause for a moment and let's chant. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः Slowly open your eyes. Mantras are an important and integral part of yoga and meditation. They take you wide inside you and you delve into the spiritual light of these words that mesmerize your mind and calm your heart and also give you a pause to talk about and think about something that's called as nothing. And that nothing has everything in it. And that's why to know about what people have gained from this nothing, we'll be chit-chatting and diving into this spiritual talk today. The dive into meditation. What is meditation? How to meditate? What do people get out of meditation? All these things we will be talking and discussing. And for this, today I also welcome my co-host, senior host, as well as producer of yoga and meditation episodes, Riddhi Vyas. Global namaste to you and a very good afternoon as well, Riddhi.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. And yes, mantras, nothingness and also so much. And we're going to be unpacking exactly what that means today. And that is something I am really looking forward to.
Yeah, we'll be discussing about a lot of topics, and you have a lot of experience into yoga. You practice yourself, as well as you're pretty experienced with meditation. Very soon you'll be flying up to a very famous yoga ashram in Canada as well. And I think it has a lot of things that you can also share with our viewers before we call in our special guest for today. So tell us two things that yoga meditation has given you.
Okay, so mantras, well, let's start there. There's two types
Mhm.
of meditation, and that is nirguna meditation and sarguna meditation. When we actually look at meditation, we can either look at meditation with a particular form. So say, for example, it's Krishna Janmashtami coming up. We may well imagine Sri Krishna in front of us and be meditating on that. But what exactly are we meditating on when we see the idol in front of us? It might well be the qualities, the characteristics, the personality. Or actually, what if we could actually take this a step further and say it's just Brahman as a whole? And what are the qualities, the natures, the characteristics that we want to embody for ourselves? So yes, we can look outward to be inspired, but true meditation is when we can withdraw our senses and come within. And as you correctly mentioned, mantras is a fantastic way to do that, whether it's on the grace level, where we're actually saying mantras out aloud and we're connecting with that energy, we're connecting with those emotions, we're helping to raise the energy, Or it could even be on a more subtle level where we're just saying it quietly to ourselves. We're saying it inside our own mind. But those are valid points and those are valid forms of meditation. So I am really looking forward to today's session. And as always, yoga and meditation is a topic that has received lots of different news. There's been a renaissance in yoga, which is where yoga has come over from Bharat to the Western world, and it's done so much good to be able to spread its influences. And that is actually something to really be celebrated. I feel proud being a Bharatiya myself, where I can see the effects that yoga has started to have, where it spreads to the common person. The common person sees yoga as forms of asanas, as forms of pranayam, and doesn't really go beyond that. But that is still valid because we start to see yoga in terms of all of the fantastic things. And my dad
Happy
has
birthday
actually
to
been
your
practicing.
father. A very happy birthday to him, Riddhi.
Thank you so much. So my dad is somebody that has been practicing meditation now for the last 10 years. So he can see the effects of it in his own life too, and he's really inspired me along my path. And ultimately, what we're doing is connecting back to the Supreme Godhead. We are connecting back to Bhagwan, Brahman as a whole, Brahman as a whole. And it's just fascinating to see the way that things start to happen in synchronicity as a result. The way that different things start to come together and ideas start to click, things start to happen for you. And it's as a result of continuously doing this practice. So,
Yeah.
dearest
And
Amritaji, we've also got
yes, yes.
Mr. Himanshu Mehta joining us on the
Hmm.
platform today, and he is absolutely no stranger when it comes to yoga. In fact, he's been practicing for 40 years himself, and he has had many gurus in his life who have guided him, but he's also a phenomenal guru when it comes to training people and doing fantastic seva out on Juhu Beach every Saturday morning. And it's phenomenal to see the work and the efforts that he has put in when it comes to things like creating the book, Making of a Yogi, and how this vision and this mission has started to spread across boundaries, across barriers globally. And it's fascinating to see the way that he carries himself with such dynamism. And so a global namaste to you, Himanshu Bhai. Welcome here on Healing Our Earth today.
And my heartiest best wishes for your birthday of your father. Please
Thank you.
convey. Thank you. I'm audible, right? Loud and clear?
You are indeed. So,
Okay.
Himanshu, I wanted to ask you something, right? Very
Yes.
recently, we have seen Cobra asanas, which are being spread widely and globally across. In fact,
Yeah.
it was WebMD that came up with an explanation of what the Cobra pose actually is and how to do the Cobra pose. Being practitioners ourselves, we know that there's actually more depth to it than what they say there is. Can you enlighten the conversation with what that is today for us, please?
Yes, I would say, unfortunately, 90% I've come across the teachers or even some of the gurus, they give a wrong posture of cobra pose. There's a mix up.
Yes.
It's a Ardha Mukha Svanasana, they mix up with cobra pose. So
Right.
both have a
So
very
could you
different.
just explain for us, Himanshu Bhai, before you go on, what that asana actually is, just for our viewers that may not be familiar with the technical language that we're using?
Okay, you mean to say the cobra pose, Bhujangasana?
The other one.
Adha Mukha Svanasana. So in Adha Mukha Svanasana, that's the upward facing dog, where you don't join your legs, number one. You keep your legs apart because a dog is always on 4 feet. Yeah. And you raise your body right up to the pelvic. Whereas in cobra pose, you raise your body only up to the navel.
Right.
Because a snake, cobra, cannot raise the body 50% of its entire body length, isn't it? It's
Very
maybe
true. Yes.
at the most, not beyond 25%. At the
And then
most.
that means that they're recruiting other muscles to be able to help them with those stretches, which then isn't so effective. It's like doing their cobra position and being able to take their hands off the floor and really just being able to work the correct muscles, as opposed to students who have their shoulders up to their ears and they're really pushing hard, and we can see that their alignment just isn't there. And alignment, posture, and breathing has so much when it comes to yoga.
Exactly. So yeah, the advanced posture in Bhujangasana or Cobra pose, yes, as you rightly said, you lift your hands, just keep it in the air and just stay on the back muscles, supported by the back muscles.
Yes.
So that strengthens your shoulder. And of course, one shouldn't be lifting the shoulders like this. So
Mhm.
it should be relaxed. You have to just be looking up, if possible, 90 degrees. Yeah. And in that, you can say Mooladhara is most active,
Right.
squeezing the glutes and the feet are together, the heels are touching. Yeah.
Yes. Fantastic. So thank you so much for explaining the difference there between the two
Fine.
asanas.
That's
Now tell
really
us a little bit more. Where are practitioners, so-called gurus, going wrong with this?
Yeah, I mean, what is happening, unfortunately, 90% nowadays, because people are just, yoga has become very popular. People are becoming yoga teachers in very short span of time. And in a short span of time, they want to be gurus. Okay, for me, 43 years has not been enough. I wouldn't consider myself as guru. I would love to remain as a student, because once I call myself guru, then it's end of the road. Okay, then I just have to
It's
keep on
always like
executing.
that.
But till I remain a student, I can keep on and on learning. And it's so deep science that I would love to keep learning for the rest of my life.
Mhm.
So, and the distortion that needs to be corrected, but who's going to take the onus? So, and you can't tell any of the teacher that, okay, you're wrong. They feel very offended. So maybe good sense prevails upon them. And they don't, unfortunately, they don't refer the text written by the great gurus. If they refer that too, then it will make a big difference.
So how can
So
we start to change this narrative? I'm pretty sure over the last few weeks you've seen the narrative that WebMD is pushing, and WebMD is really there. They push the medical news. They're responsible for getting the articles out. So we can see this influence, which we know has Bharatiya roots, which we know has a deeper rooting in the root of yoga, and yet it's being distorted. So how can we begin now to correct this narrative?
So I would say the distortion is happening more on the social media. So
Yes, we saw that outcry on Twitter as well.
we'll have to correct it through social media, creating
Mhm.
awareness. That
So
can
yeah,
only
so
help.
creating awareness. So where does that really begin? Does it start by actually looking deeper then into the Shastras? Does it begin with looking at the sutras? What would you say is the starting point?
No, as far as Hatha Yoga goes, that's Hatha Yoga Pradapika. That's the oldest Hatha Yoga scripture, text, because in Yoga Sutra there is hardly anything mentioned about asana.
Right.
Patanjali in Yoga Sutra he just mentions Sthiram Sukham Asanam. So whatever asana you are in, it should be stable, it should be comfortable.
Yes, not
So there's
shaky.
nothing else mentioned in 195 sutras. There's nothing mentioned about asanas by
No.
Patanjali. So it's the for Hatha Yoga, yes, because generally people understand yoga as a Hatha Yoga. That's all physical aspect of yoga, or at the most they understand pranayama.
Mhm.
They have been very conveniently they have you can say Q jumped the yama and niyama, which are
Yes.
very much yeah.
Correct,
So
absolutely. And we can see the kind of damage that that causes as well when they
yes,
start to skip the foundations. And it's kind of like a cookie cutter system where they're just going specifically for certain things that they think they need in order to string together a program. But it strips away the anatomy, it strips away the psychology, the philosophy, all of the things that they actually need in order to be able to achieve the outcome. So what we actually are asking for here is more dharma-driven yoga teachers, more teachers that will actually go to the root
Yeah,
and to start to look at things
surprised
like the
that
hatha.
in Rishikesh, just in radius of 5 kilometers, there are 350 yoga centers, and they're selling our certificates, okay, for whatever amount they charge, but they're just selling out the certificates, and people go and grab it because it becomes maybe a profession for them with the help of the certificate. But the authenticity is lost. That's the worry.
Yes. It says that it
What
takes a good yoga teacher 10 years to really gain the adhikar to be able to teach on such a profound level because of the depth that's involved when it comes to teaching yoga and meditation.
It reminds me of Iyengar Guruji. I would say
Yes.
that, yeah, for just one asana, simple asana, okay, that's Samasthiti, just standing straight, or Dandasana, okay.
Yes.
He gave a lecture of more than 1 hour, and he meticulously described about each and every muscles, you know, and it was stunning. I mean, outstanding, I would say. Everybody was silently just listening to him word by word.
And
So
I
Guruji
think that
was
goes to show the depth of it,
very
really,
meticulous. Very
Himanshu
meticulous.
ji, doesn't it? Because it's not just the physical level, it's also the mental level, it's also the emotional level, it's also the spiritual level. So just by focusing
It's
on
kind of
one
like-
kosha or one body type, so to speak, it misses the bigger, the vaster picture of what yoga has to offer to the world.
Yeah, it's like alignment of everything, going linear.
Yes. And we
Yeah.
can see with people's journeys, such as BKS Iyengar, for example, that there's just so much depth. In fact, one of my teachers was actually telling me that they couldn't progress to the next level until they really mastered Surya Namaskar Series A, Surya Namaskar Series B, to be able to do these things properly, in depth, with such precise breathing, with such precise movements, without shaking, without putting a step wrong. And the teacher just wouldn't allow them to progress to the next level until they really mastered the basics. And this day and age, we're living in a fast-moving society where people want fast results and they want to qualify really quickly and move on to the next step. But that's not what yoga is, because then they miss that bigger picture.
People want everything in 30 seconds. How can you deliver?
Whereas
My
we
teacher
know
used to-
the benefits that yoga has to offer, because even through your
My teacher
videos,
used to
even
say
through your
that.
teachings, we can see the
Yeah.
effects that it has on psychosomatic. We can see the effects that it has on the nervous system. So it's actually about embodying these teachings in the right way, which causes the harm to be reduced to an absolute minimum in society, and for the good, positive results to start to flourish, leading with those good, positive results, so that people can then actually start to gain the confidence. And when they build that practice up over a period of time, they know that they've got the right steps in mind. They know that they've got the right mechanisms.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. It's a fast-driven society right now, more materialistic society. So everything is going to move fast in a way. But yoga is, as we say, kachua chap. It goes at a turtle speed
Right.
because you have to breathe like a turtle.
Mhm.
Yeah. You take only one breath in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, then you would achieve yoga, really speaking.
And the beauty of it is the amount of different ways that we can actually get there as well. I think there was just recently, there was a 7-year-old singer that managed to hold their breath for about 2 to 3 minutes whilst they were continuously singing this
Yeah.
raga that they had. And to be able to do that at such a young age, they must be God gifted. There must be something else further to that. But also, it comes to the practice of yoga, because I think that there was only one other person, and that person was very classically trained, that was able to go to that depth. But again, it comes back to the mechanism of yoga. So being able to train the nervous system, being able to train the breathing, being able to train all of these different things, which then come together and it creates what yoga actually is. I think it was Madhavan that was able to sing his very famous song, and it was just continuously on beat, on beat, on beat, on beat. There was no breaks, there was no pauses in between. And that, in a way, by actually being able to live our lives in that way, not only do we actually increase the longevity of life, we're also in healthier states, we're also in a healthier body, which then creates a healthier mind, and a healthier mind creates a healthier body. So we're starting to look at a system, this complex mechanism, which we call a human body, in so much more depth to be able to see the intricacies of it, so that we're not just stuck on the physical pain, but we start to move into the spiritual pain.
No, yes. As far as Hatha Yoga is concerned, it's all about stretching and breathing, basically. So when you stretch the muscles, it forces the blood through the valves of the veins. And when we do the inverted postures, it uses the gravity to force the blood back into the heart, increasing the volume of the blood.
Yes.
So I would say stretch more to have a stretch lifespan, to increase your lifespan. So you keep on stretching more.
Absolutely. And more oxygenated blood that's moving around the system, the higher the oxygen levels, the less stress that people tend to find themselves in, the more that they feel that the tension in the body is just starting to ease, and the more that they can actually open up to new possibilities, to new dimensions of life. And the more that they're actually just able to enhance, because a lot of people, when they first come to yoga, they think that it's about creating a level of flexibility. They think it's about toning the body, until they start to practice yoga and build that up over a sustainable period of time, a consistent practice. And then they can start to see that there's other layers and there's deeper things there and there's deeper meanings. So I think realistically, it's about allowing people to go from where they are in life, meeting them where they are, and then taking them on this phenomenal journey of what we call yoga.
Vis-a-vis the physical practices, other practices, maybe running or gymming or whatever. I mean, on those practices, it's an aerobic or a cardio exercise to increase heart pumping, So that is putting a lot of pressure on the heart. And that is one of the reasons that you find many of the trained athletes also having a heart failure. And these days it's becoming very common. Yeah.
So then is it to do with a buildup of lactic acid in the body as well? Because obviously when the oxygen is being decreased, it's increasing that lactic acid. And when that lactic acid is building for a longer period of time, that's generally when we see runners, for example, that are running the marathon and they come up to the finishing line and the body just collapses because their mind physically can't keep up with their body. So the body wants to push, but the mind won't allow it to.
Of course, it's coupled with the lifestyle issue also, but that's what is happening these days. And you find youngsters, even while running on the treadmill, and they've collapsed, and doing Zumba, people have collapsed. But that's fortunately not happening while doing yoga practices, or even what we do. The one I've devised, Surya Namaskar with chakra meditation on mantras, where we do a vinyasa style of Surya Namaskar. And the heart rate maintained is between 80 to 120. Only 80 to 120 heart rate. That is what it is maintained throughout. And that's the reason that it's very good for the age group of 8 to 80. Even the 80-year-old can easily do that Surya Namaskar. I think Vinod Bhai was there and he did it. He's probably 75. Am I right?
So there you go. So the proof is in the pudding, really, then, isn't it?
So we have even a heart patient. He has had a bypass and he's doing our Surya Namaskar every Saturday with us.
So
that's the
it's
reason
generally, would you say that it's generally about being able to lengthen one group of muscles and contract another group of muscles with ease, so that they're not pushing their bodies too far to the point where they're building up the lactic acid, but they're also allowing the oxygen to circulate properly throughout the body. They're also allowing the blood to circulate properly around the body. And it's these asanas, it's these stretches that allow them to start to use their mind slightly differently, to start to overcome those limitations so that they can then go to the next level, but they're not pushing themselves into the point of extreme discomfort. They're actually doing it very comfortably in a way that enables the body to open up at the right pace and a way that is right for them.
Yeah. So we used to do before 108 Surya Namaskar in 80 minutes. Okay. Then 5 years back, when I realized that no, it's just a cardio, and then I can devise this Surya Namaskar with chakra meditation and mantra, so it becomes like physical practice as well as psychological as well as psychophysiological. So it encompasses the aspect of pranayama also. We breathe only, maybe we take 2 breaths a minute. That's what, if somebody follows the dialogue properly, then the breathing slows down and it's a vinyasa style. So then it stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the other gymming exercise. It only stimulates the sympathetic nervous system, and which causes more stress. So, and as we know, slower the exercise, stronger the muscles. So that also works pretty well. And we had about 3 months back, we had the border security force joining us. And of course, they are very strong. But they couldn't continue after doing 3 because they are not used to doing slow. They're not used to doing holding the posture. They're not used to breathing in a rhythmic way. So even they have a very strong body and they could not sustain.
Fantastic. And it's really just about holding those asanas and breathing in those positions, which then allows that tension to start to disappear. And actually, they find that when they're actually controlling their breathing, they can go further and deeper in an asana as well. Their body literally starts to open up. So I think that is a fantastic point that you have raised, Himanshuji, to actually start to just be a little bit more aware of what the body is doing, just a little bit more conscious. And I think that is a fantastic message for our audience today as well, is to not push yourself to the point of exhaustion, but to really just start to become more conscious of how you're holding your body, how you're holding your positioning, how you're holding your alignment, and then start to move further and deeper into your practice from there.
Live like a tortoise, and you don't have to go to a hospital also. You can live longer. Just follow the tortoise principle.
So there you have it. Live like a tortoise and your life becomes simpler. A global namaste, Himanshuji. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Himanshuji, for joining us. You keep enlightening our first few minutes and hour of our episode, which is really lovely. And we look forward to see you for the Independence Day special episode as well. Yoga and independence.
Thank you, Amritaji. Global namaste to you also. Thank you.
Global namaste as well. Riddhi, what a lovely conversation you had. And it was one of the very important conversations because people have heard about yoga. People don't know much about how to practice, where anatomy and physiology plays a very vital role. If you practice asana wrong, if you don't practice it by knowing your body specifically, you can make a lot of mistakes and you can injure yourself. And even you can harm up your body rather than healing. So this is one of the very important things, to recognize what postures are there and also to recognize your body specifically, which is one of the important thing, and dive into the spiritual wisdom of yourself that you have. And that's lovely. So continuing our same discussion, let's move on further to Israel. And we have Rena with us. Rena, global namaste to you and a very warm welcome. She is our resident yoga contributor. She practices yoga at the tough times of fight as well. She is empowering children. She's empowering women. And with her, we have our special guest of today, her father, Scott Forrester. Global namaste. Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you as well. So let me ask first question to your father. What is your understanding about yoga, and how do you think yoga has helped the world today and is helping the world today? Thank you.
You know, most of what I know about yoga, I've learned from Rena, and I know how important it is for her and her personal well-being, and that allows her to share what she knows about yoga with other people. And through those contact points with other people, it's helped to make their lives better, which hopefully makes the world better.
Hmm. So, which postures do you practice?
I
Well,
don't do a lot of yoga.
he does
Ah,
meditation.
he does.
I do
He does
meditation.
meditation. You meditation. What sort of meditation?
Just silent meditation to myself, 15, 20 minutes a day. I've been doing it for the last 12 years.
Wow. So, do you do any chanting in silent meditation, or do you just stay quiet? And do you
I
do it
stay
in,
quiet. I
you
stay
stay
quiet and I
quiet?
try to keep the thoughts in my head quiet.
I see. And do you practice it at home, inside, or while walking, or outside, or in the park, or somewhere?
Mostly at home in the morning before I get my day started. But I do a lot of walking, and during that time I kind of have a meditative mind. And also, like my daughter, I go in the pool, and there too I'm completely unplugged, so I get to meditate there too.
Ah, okay. And what difference do you find when you start your day with a silent meditation?
It makes a lot of difference. I
Mm.
find that the voices in my head through the rest of the day are much quieter and calmer.
Mm. Yeah. And anything else that you have physically found apart from the mental well-being in yourself?
Hard to tell because I do it, so I don't know what it would be like if I didn't do it. It's now just part of
Mm.
my routine that I don't have to think about, and I just do it every day.
Ah, see.
I
And
will tell you that Rena has
mm,
also been a very good teacher of yoga for my wife, and it's been very important. The yoga she's been teaching my wife has been very life-changing for her.
okay. So Rena can throw more light on that. She's one of my favorite students, well, among so many students. And that has pulled my and her roads to a common platform where I never thought a girl coming among the crowds whom I just don't remember the name even will knock my mobile one day and will say, "Hi, Dr. Amrita. I'm so and so student from so and so year and so batch of yours."
That's
And
great.
that gives me an immense pleasure to see how flourishing the teachings just in few hours go. So, Rena, tell us about the journey, what you have taught um, your mother um, in that terms, or what you have taught her, and what difference has yoga made in the life of her and even other people. They must be sharing their experiences. And in kids yoga, we had so many small kids from Israel who were practicing certain things. So, yes, over to you. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you, Dr. Amrita and Neil Kumar. And Dad, thank you for being here. So special. So, in preparation for this, I was reflecting on my journey with meditation, my personal connection to meditation, and that's really where the connection with my dad came because, well, I'll start where he left off. He mentioned something about going in the pool and swimming. And what I now understand is that I actually started meditating when I was about 8 years old. I just didn't realize because that's when I started swimming competitively. And about 3 days a week for 2 hours every time I was training as a competitive swimmer. And every time I would count the laps, but also count the breathing. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, and on for 2 hours straight. And it was only once I started meditating that I understood that I was meditating there. But I started meditating about 10 years ago. And Dad, you started like 4 years before that, or you said 12 years, so
Maybe 2 years.
maybe 2 years before. It was right around the time that I went off to college that you started meditating. And I cleared this with my dad before I say it with everyone. My dad used to be a really stressed out, really anxious person. And he's an executive has always been an executive for companies in the States. And that's just what he was familiar with. And around the time that I went to college, something had to change. And it was a professional you were working with that advised you about starting to meditate, right?
Actually, it was part in a networking group. There was a woman who introduced me to Headspace.
So my dad started meditating with Headspace, and it took a couple, which is like a mindfulness meditation app, and it was way at the beginning. Now a lot of people know about Headspace, but back then, like, it was very new. And it took a couple years for us as a family to start to see how it was benefiting him. And it was hard to really put it into words, but we were aware of some subtle changes in him. And then I finished college and 10 years ago moved to South Korea. I had a job there. And in my transition, it was at the end of college that I started experiencing some anxiety and depression. And then I decided to take a job in South Korea, and I moved there. And my dad said, Rena, maybe you want to start meditating. Maybe it'll help with the transition. And I said, no, that's for weirdos. I don't need that. And then when I got to Korea, within a month or so, I just thought, maybe this meditation thing isn't so weird. Maybe I need to be a little open to it. And I sent my dad an email. I said, what was the name of that app you were using, or website at the time? It wasn't even an app yet. And he sent it to me. And I just made an effort to practice every day. And after about a month, around the same time, I stopped swimming in the pool in Korea for other reasons that aren't relevant right now. And a friend said, Rena, now that you're not swimming, you need some kind of physical activity. Why don't you come to yoga with me? It's only $5. And I thought, okay, I'll go give it a try. And pretty quickly, I just intuitively understood that there was a connection between the meditation I was practicing and then the yoga that I had just found. And I kept up with both of those practices because they just seemed to be beneficial. And I was really privileged to be living in Korea at the time. So I spent my weekends just traveling around the mountains, and I would stumble upon Buddhist temples like regularly. And I a number of times took guided tours of the temples, and then intentionally started to seek out these temples and stayed for a number of temple stays at various temples. And there I got to learn about Buddhism firsthand and start to see that there was a connection philosophically between yoga and meditation, and to understand what that connection was. But it really wasn't until later. I kept up my regular yoga and meditation practice for a couple of years, and it was only once I got to India in 2017 when I took my journey more seriously and listened to a calling to actually study yoga and become a yoga teacher that I understood the actual path of the way that the Hindu Bible explains it and the way that the yoga philosophy explains it, understanding meditation kind of as the next step on the ladder after yoga, if we're looking at yoga as a scientific method for reaching enlightenment. So up until that point, I had always, it wasn't totally clear how they connected. I felt they were connected, and now I understand that yoga essentially is preparation for meditation, but often the way that I teach yoga is very meditative. Yeah, that's since then, actually, when was this? In 2019, in the summer of 2019, I believe. I did a 10-day Vipassana meditation retreat here in Northern Israel. I actually recently signed up to do another one this coming September. And that nowadays I practice either the mindfulness meditation that I learned through Headspace, which some of you may have seen me practicing even just before I began speaking here, and other times when I'm looking for a deeper ritual, then I will practice Vipassana meditation on my own. And I tend to start every day with connecting to the sensation of the breath moving in and out of my nose and a few body scans.
So once now you have taught so many students, you are teaching so many kids, and you are practicing yoga yourself. What difference you have found in the Rena who was a couple of years ago and now the Rena who is now? And now
Yeah,
still you are sustaining in Israel at the time of amidst war and everything. So what difference does it make for Rena, the one who is practicing yoga and meditation daily, to the one who wasn't practicing that? What do you think?
yeah. I'll share a little story to answer the question. A couple years ago, I woke up in California and I couldn't move the whole upper part of my body. And what I realized is that it was a symptom from a herniated disc that I have from a near-death motorcycle accident that I had while I was living in Vietnam. It took 7 years for the pain to manifest. And I was in California, and where I live in Israel. And so in that moment, well, there was about 2 days of trying to figure out what to do. And then I had to fly from California to Arizona, and I don't have headphones. So I had this flight and I was in excruciating pain. And I sat down on the plane. I said, okay, what am I going to do? How am I going to pass this time? I didn't take any painkillers. I had nothing, no music to distract me. And I thought, okay, I'm going to sit here and spend this entire plane ride in meditation. And that's what I did. And I closed my eyes and I did Anapana for about 15 minutes until we were up in the air. And then the whole rest of the plane ride, I was just in Vipassana meditation. And as soon as the plane landed, something shifted. And I was able to, what I would learn from that experience is that I had tools for choosing to put my awareness where I want, and that I could put my awareness in the pain that I was feeling in my neck and in my inability to move, or I could choose to put my awareness into all the other parts of my body that were feeling nice or were feeling fine, and that I could also have the perspective of something beyond, that if I'm able to observe both where I'm feeling pain and where I'm feeling not pain, that just it helped me to keep perspective that I'm bigger than these physical sensations. That's
Yeah.
something that now that I'm aware of this herniated disc that I have, we understand obviously the mind-body connection. I will get flare-ups of the pain every time my body and my mind feel like something's not safe, or feel like I'm not taking care of myself enough, which are things that have happened a lot while I'm living in a country that's actively at war. And so I constantly remind myself that I have tools. I practice these, like I said, I wake up every morning before I even get out of bed. I do a body scan to check in with all the sensations that I feel in my whole body. And it's when we have this practice in the body, then it's much easier to take it into other areas of our life. So I
That's
find
really
myself,
nice.
yeah, I find myself
Yeah.
really naturally able to see, okay, yeah, we're at
Mm.
war and there's some pain and discomfort and lack of security there. And this country is absolutely beautiful. Every sunset is more beautiful than the one that came before. The produce here is just unmatched. And there's a sense of warmth among a lot of the people that I've also haven't felt anywhere else in the world.
Wow.
So,
That's
I
why
think
you are,
both.
yes, that's why you have a great love for Israel there. But this is one of the very beautiful examples that you have quoted. In fact, there's so many examples from people life where people never knew about yoga. They adapted yoga because of some reason, or they were brought into it and then they fell in love with yoga. And in fact, this kind of a thing where you try to take out and solve your problems by yourself. This is the power of yoga. This is the power of mind. This is the power of being mindful, which yoga and meditation teaches. Isn't it, Riddhi? It's so lovely to, rather than crying over your pains and rather than crying and making up the mess in yourself and among the public, it's better to be mindful and to know how I can heal myself. And that's what she did in her flight. And that's made her fly over from one country to another.
Rana, a global namaste. It's lovely to have you on here once more, sharing your beautiful wisdom and power with us. And absolutely, I've got to say, the power of yoga, the power of meditation is that ability to take what you need, knowing how to adapt it and knowing how to apply it to yourself. As human beings, we are all feeble. We are all going to go through ups and downs in our lives, and it's a part of life. We can't even avoid what is happening to us at certain points. We've just got to accept it and meet it with love. The point that you've just made there is one where we can then start to think and start to observe it for what it actually is and not worse than what it is. So almost as if we're taking a 360-degree bird's eye view of exactly what's going on, exactly what am I feeling, exactly what am I going through, and being able to sit with that discomfort. Because at the end of the day, yoga and meditation gives us the tools to overcome whatever situation we may well be in. And I think that is a beautiful thing that you've just had the ability there to go deep within, to realize what that wound is and to heal yourself, because it's so true. Through yoga, through breathing, through meditation, we have those tools. It's just knowing when to apply those tools and how to apply them. And that really comes from a deeper understanding and a deeper sense of doing the work on yourself, which you've done so beautifully. You've demonstrated that so beautifully today.
Thank you so much.
And it's just
Thank you.
beautiful
Thank
to
you,
have
Rena.
people
Thank
like
you,
you
Scott.
that come in as
Thank
well,
you so
Rena. So
much.
thank you so much. Amrita, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. And it's time to hear from our next guest, Riddhi. Please introduce a global namaste to you, Lavlina.
Namaste, global namaste to you all.
Global Namaste, Lavlina. How are you
Global
today?
namaste, Riddhi.
Fantastic. I think one of the things that you do so well, Lavlina, is to be able to combine this essence of bhakti yoga, to be able to focus on your breathing, because when you're doing different mantras, you're really in conscious control of your breathing, of how you want a mantra to land, of what emotions you're trying to evoke there, of what qualities you're bringing out. So having those mantras there and then mixing that with meditation to really be able to go a little bit deeper. Can you tell us a little bit more about this process?
Yes, I will talk about Raja Yoga meditation because, as I told you, I've worked with Brahma Kumaris for almost 10 years now, and Raja Yoga meditation actually helps you with your mental well-being as well. It reduces stress, which is such a vital part of life these days. People are suffering from stress, depression, anxiety. So to reduce all that, we need to do Raja Yoga meditation. So basically, the best time to do this meditation is in the early hours of the morning, like 4 a.m. If you get up, it's like, the Wi-Fi signal will be completely clear. You can connect to to Brahma Baba or to the Supreme Being, and you connect completely with them without any interruptions, and you draw that power from Brahma Baba, and you take all that power and you bless yourself and you bless people as well. In life, sometimes it's very unfortunate. We have problems with sometimes relatives, colleagues, friends, or whatever. So you take that power from Brahma Baba, you first bless yourself, and then you pray for all those people whom you think are suffering. And it's amazing in those early hours of the morning how it would help. So I think this Raja Yoga meditation really helps because it clears your mind, of all the toxicity, because sometimes we also are suffering, from anxiety or whatever. So
Fantastic.
we get rid of that.
I think that's a
And
really powerful point that you're making here, where we actually use these mantras, we use the power of meditation in order to be able to just calm and just create
calm
peace
ourselves,
within the mind. And when we're able to
Yes.
do that, we feel
And
like
it's actually
we're
the rays of, Brahma Baba coming into you. And it's amazing because it's here. That's where the soul is. It's called the Vrikuti. You know where we put our bindi? Hindus put the
Yes.
bindi. That's where the soul is. So you take that power there and you bless yourself. You take first, because you've got to first bless yourself. You can only help others if you help yourself.
Very
Even
true.
Shivani Ben, I've interacted a lot with Shivani Ben of Brahma Kumari. She says you have to first help yourself, because you
Yes.
cannot help others if you're not in control of yourself. So
That's
then you
very
do that.
true.
Yeah. But we are in the last stage of Kali Yuga, and sometimes you even pray for people and they still don't change and they're still, in your path, creating problems for you. Then there are other ways also to deal with it. There's the law, there's the police, there's every way. But you have to keep praying for those people. And dua, wish them well, give them blessings. And
So we can only go as far as
miracles
we're
can
willing to go
happen.
ourselves.
Seriously, miracles can happen. Today, I think, in Oxford, there's this Brahma Kumari Center, and they're doing this seminar on miracles, how miracles can happen actually, because people can change. You can change their feelings for you. They might hate you and they might just wake up. They might have some soft feelings for you, some good feelings for you, because they'll know that you're not feeling bad. You don't have any harsh or hostile feelings for them. But what is wrong has to be corrected, because it cannot carry on like that. Because, then there's so much suffering in the world, as we see in the microcosm and the macrocosm. There's so much suffering. So that suffering has to be eliminated. And the only way we can do it is through meditation.
So, Lavina, can you give us a 5-minute meditation to help all of us to just
Yeah.
feel peace and
So,
ease within ourselves?
yeah, so you sit up really straight. You don't have to shut your eyes. Shivani Ben never tells us to shut our eyes. Just sit up straight and look straight and just concentrate on Brahma Baba. You'll feel those rays, you'll feel that power coming into you, you'll feel that energy, and then you use that energy to help others as well, and they'll feel that energy as well. And there's this song a bhajan which I want to sing for you. Ye mat kaho khuda se meri mushkilein badi hai, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी है, उन मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, उन मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है. So you're basically saying that everything is in the hands of the divine. We humans are just mortals. We don't even know if we're going to be alive the next minute. So, as even in the Bhagavad Gita, it says, live in the moment, forget the past, live in the moment, and don't think and fret about the future. That's what will actually radiate happiness for us. And we can be good human beings, be a good soul, just radiate happiness around you. This change came to me actually when I lost my mother in 2019. I have completely entrenched myself in spiritualism. I was spiritual since 2012 when I joined Brahma Kumaris. But in 2019, I just have completely, and I just want to serve humanity, to help people, because my father always taught me that give back to society as much as you can. And that's what I want to do.
So,
And
Lavina,
we have
how
to,
has it personally helped you? How has it changed your life since you started to practice Sarguna meditations on a daily basis and you've created this consistency? What
Riddhi,
changes have you realized in your own life?
yeah, Riddhi, it makes you a very calm person, It calms you down. If you see, I wear white a lot because white generates a lot of peace, tranquility, calmness. I have become calm as compared to before, because you just, you're entrenched in a world of tranquility. You know what's going on around you, but you still just want to stay calm. And you want to pray. You want to be spiritual. You want to be connected with the supreme power, you know? And that can only be done through spiritualism and divinity. Of course, we all have to do our karma. We're all wearing hats. We have families to look after. We have a profession. I'm a singer and I also look after my father's business. We have to do all that. We have to wear those hats. But at the end of the day, if you want peace, which is the best route to take in this world, you have to be spiritual. There's no other way out.
So then would you say
So,
by actually being spiritual, by having this sense of calmness, that it's
yeah.
helped you to navigate through some of those really challenging moments in your life?
Yeah, absolutely, Riddhi. Absolutely. Because it teaches you, how to, actually navigate your life, what route to take. Because it's absolute insanity out there otherwise. Because spiritualism will tell you that you have to focus on peace, purity, all the good qualities, and you ignore the other qualities. So then you're taking a path which is easier handle and which is full of peace,
Fantastic.
peace, knowledge, purity, confidence. With that peace will come confidence. Then you get rid of stress, Whereas if you're just hankering after materialism or, whatever, to the
Yes, so
extreme,
turn
it's going to
spiritual to
create
turn
stress.
inward.
Because if you take too much, then you're depriving somebody else of their share. So it'll lead to stress. And stress doesn't help anybody. It really doesn't. It even ruins one's own health, So yeah, I think, and music is the best stress buster, because you are, connecting to the divine power through your music also. So Raja Yoga meditation and music, like when I sing bhajans, I'm connecting to Krishna. I'll just sing 2 lines quickly for you before I go.
Yes, go ahead.
Achyutam Keshavam Krishna Damodaram Ramanarayanam Janaki Vallabham. कौन कहते हैं भगवान आते नहीं, तुम मीरा के जैसे बुलाते नहीं.
So by actually turning spiritual, by turning inwards, by
Yes.
reflecting on that inner divinity within and giving up to ourselves, filling up our own cups before we give to those around us, and
Yes.
ensuring that we come from that right place within ourselves, ensuring that we are at peace with ourselves so that we have more positivity and more dynamism to spread in the world around us, but also
Yes.
because we're creating that inner psychology, we're playing that inner game, and that inner game is one that is enabling us to make sense of the world around us, so that we're not just being reactive beings, but we're responding very carefully to the world around us, and we're able to take in all of the different messages from all of these different angles, and then see what sits right with me and what
Absolutely.
position, what direction is it that I want to move in. And I think that is such a powerful message, lovely energy, that you have shared with us today.
Yeah, it's
And
always
I can,
better to give, It's not nice. You see, you always do this, you feel better. If you do this, you're not going to be feeling good. So always give.
yes.
Don't keep taking. That taking psychology has to be curbed. Give, and then you'll be happier. Because,
Right.
Lovely thoughts, lovely thoughts.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you
you so
so
much.
much, Lavina.
Thank you.
And in fact,
Global
you have a
namaste.
very beautiful voice, I would say,
Thank
and
you
that
so much.
wo shabdon mein mithas comes from the inner peace, I think so.
Thank
And
you.
that kind of sweetness you have already given to everybody with the smiles that I can see on all the audience with
Thank
those
you so much.
gestures. Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much for joining us. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Global
Riddhi, it's
namaste.
time to global namaste. Riddhi, it's time to move to Mauritius, where we have Professor E. Sharma, who is
Global
Ayurveda
namaste,
episode
Professor
producer.
Sharma.
and is on
Hi,
Ayurveda
global
chair
namaste.
at Mauritius. Global namaste to you, Professor E. Sharma. Over a minute, please, your thoughts and comments, and also you have done a lot in another country, so it's easy to practice in your own country, but then giving it for somebody, as she ended up, Lovelina ended up with giving, and you have already given a lot. So your 1-2 minutes comment on yoga perspective and your efforts at Mauritius. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita, for the opportunity. And because we are the students of Ayurveda, we keep learning more and more about Ayurveda. We keep trying, even if we don't learn a lot. When it comes to the definition of Ayurveda, it talks about being happy and unhappy. It doesn't talk about like being healthy, because happiness is more comprehensive than being healthy. If you are physically healthy and you are psychologically happy, then only your overall personality, your mind and body both have to be happy. And interestingly, before you yourself being happy, the basic definition to Ayurveda is you should be advantageous. You should be nice to others. You should be of social relevance. You have to be good to the others before you yourself are physically or mentally happy or healthy or not. So this environment around you is your responsibility. And Ayurveda also gives one more quotation that maybe I can speak one Sanskrit quote and then I'll translate it for you. Kritsno hi loko buddhimatam acharya. It means the whole world is a teacher for the wise. If you are a wise person, then the whole world is a teacher for you. Shatruscha abuddhimatam. If you are not that wise, then the whole world is like an enemy to you. So Ayurveda indicates if you have got a big list of enemies, then you are not the wisest for sure. If I ask you, Amrita, how many enemies do you have? If you say, oh, I don't think I have any enemy, then you are the wisest. But if you have a big list, he did that bad to me, she did that bad to me. If you have got a big list of enemies, then you still have a great scope to improve. So surely it is such a wonderful learning platform. I'm here to listen to all of you. And I'll not be going into what we did in Mauritius, because this is such a wonderful day, to listen to all of you. But if you have got any question for me anytime, I'll be more than happy to respond, Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor E. Sharma. We keep inviting you and have your talks, and we definitely would love to take all that. Thank you so much.
And Professor Sharma, just before you do leave us, I think it's so important there to actually see the difference with a healthy and a happy mindset, which is moving towards sattva, compared to the opposite, which is moving towards tamas. So actually just being aware of how we're interpreting our environment, how we're actually dealing with the circumstances around us, helps us as well to be able to cultivate that winning in a game, to be able to cultivate the right sensations of sattva, because sattva is the goodness. Sattva is the thing that's going to enable us all to grow. It's going to enable us all to blossom. And as we grow and blossom, we're also able to heal the world around us as well. So I think that's actually a really positive thing to start to see, because I call it like the tree. If we have a tree that's just still, and it's not willing to flex, and it's just not moving, it's just really rigid, that I call is actually being in a state of tamas. But if it's a tree that's flexible and it's moving and it's adapting and it's growing, then that to me is a state of sattva. Would you agree?
Very much, of course.
Right. And somebody that actually does do this really well is Sarah Mills. And I am so glad that she is joining us on the platform today, being a winning entrepreneur, being an author who's going to be writing a book on the winning game to be able to create more healthier, more sustaining habits. And she's also got a 7-day detox, which she takes her clients through in order to be able to adapt to this. So Sarah, welcome. A global namaste here to you today. And being a winner of this in a game, like you've won awards in 2022, you won awards in 2023, you really know your thing when it comes to creating habits. What would you say are the couple of things where people always trip up, where they're just not able to quite follow through to be able to create these healthy habits?
Yeah, hello everybody. It's lovely to be here, and thank you, Rudy, for inviting me. And I'm loving hearing all of your amazing wisdom. Thank you so much, everybody that's already contributed. What a lovely afternoon I'm having here in the UK. Well, it's a very interesting one, and some people have already alluded to this, but most of it is around our mindset. It really is. You know, it's around what are we willing to continue doing? What are we willing to stop doing? And what do we think is going to take us in the direction that we really, really want to go with purpose and passion? And I absolutely agree with everybody that's spoken before. You know, we have to create our own inner world of peace and happiness. And thank you, Rudy, for introducing me to the principle of Sattva, which I didn't really know about until you mentioned it to me, about, you know, this whole harmony of peace and harmony, and this very, you know, this high resonance of creating that goodness around actually everything that I talk about anyway in winning healthy habits, because it is what you put in your mind, what you put in your body, the food we eat. I mean, it's all completely related. So for me, it's being able to, for people to be able to, the thing that people find hardest is just to create new habits, because it could be years and years of conditioning that has taken them in a direction that actually isn't necessarily conducive to where they want to go and that feeling, but it's a conditioning. So sometimes we have to unlearn everything that we know and relearn and think about things that, does this make me feel good? Somebody's the amazing professor that just spoke before, it is about creating that inner happiness. And you know when you feel that, and therefore if you know that you feel that, why would you want to stop it? Why would you allow outside influences, as we've already heard, to change our inner compass? Really, you know, we really have to create that. And for me, you know, it really is, then it becomes that heart of winning. It becomes the place I'm supposed to be and the place I'm supposed to go, you know.
So Sarah, I think that's a phenomenal point that you've just raised. But as you know, as well as I do, as well as that our viewers do, is that habits die hard. And sometimes somebody wants to be able to change the direction. Sometimes somebody wants to be able to eat healthy for 7 days. They want to be able to create that positivity, those good results. But something is there that's a trigger that's preventing them from being able to break through that wall. What would be your words of advice for that person?
To me, it always comes down to support. It's so much easier to do things when you've got somebody else cheering you on. It's so much easier to be part of a group that are all thinking, feeling, doing, and going in the same direction. Because then it's easier to push away those outside distractions, you know, and not just be with your thoughts that can often lead you in the wrong direction, because, you know, we're with our thoughts all day long, but sometimes they're not the healthiest ones for us, as we all know. So I think, yeah, definitely, but I think as well, you just have to think, do I really want to do this? Okay, so I sort of tip it on my head with people and say, what are the consequences of you not doing it, right? And they might say, well, I just carry on the way I am. I just carry on, you know, not having that much energy, not feeling that healthy, not really eating that well, not really, you know, filling my mind with great thoughts and great feelings. And so then it's that asking yourself another question. So, okay, so if you carry on like that, where will you be in the next 5 years? Okay, well, I'll probably be exactly where I am today. Well, is that how you want to be? No, it isn't. Well, how about, you know, you take some very small steps, and if you see and feel a result, what would stop you wanting to continue with that? And if you know you've got accountability and you've got someone supporting you, actually, do you know what? You can achieve anything you really want to, but you've got to have a big heart and a reason and a why to want to do it.
So being able to set those intentions, being aware of what those intentions are, and ensuring that it's heart-centered. I know in your book you write quite a bit about coming from a place of heart, creating those habits because it's things that will create a better life for us moving forwards. It enables us to let go of all of that goo and that gunk that gets caught, whether that is emotions, whether that is thoughts, whether that is even the wrong foods that we are eating, which is creating then the wrong results for us, to be able to really start to clean, to be able to detox, to be able to move into a state of healthy, fresh longevity in the long run. So how would you actually say is the best way for people to start to create these consistent habits? What would be your words of wisdom to ensure that somebody stays on point? I know you, just earlier you've mentioned that they have that support, they have that accountability. That is really, if we look at this as being a stool, then we've got mindset, we've got body, and then we've got this third stool, which is the accountability and the support. How can actually somebody that is a very busy professional ensure that they create that right atmosphere to be able to build up consistent, healthy habits over a longer period of time to be able to get the results that they truly intended to receive in the first place?
That's a very good question. It just starts with one small change. You know, it sounds so simple. And I think we can overcomplicate things so much. If you know that there is something that's already out there. I mean, like I say, I have a 30-day and I have a 7-day wonderful program that's created, you know, around healthy habits, removing toxins, nurturing our bodies with healthy food in a really simple way, right? And some of it comes down to some intermittent fasting and just it changes your mindset. And I think even when doing something different, when you've got a framework, see, this is what I find that people want. People just now, because everyone's so busy and we're like rushing, living in this ridiculously high-paced world, that we really need to slow down from, and we really need to think about what do I want and where do I want to go. Actually, if you've got a proven framework that works, which I have through a very modern program that I use that was created by a wonderful empowerment and healthy living company called Arbonne, which I advocate their program. When you've got that, you can actually see and feel different in one day. You know what I mean? If you're used to rushing, if you're used to grabbing food just as you're running out the door, if you're used to, I don't know, drinking 30 cups of coffee a day, whatever it is, right? That actually it's just become a habit because that's what you do. But if you sat back with your higher self and had a conversation with your higher self and said, how is this all making me feel, right, on a daily basis, right? Am I, as a wonderful speaker before said, am I feeling in a peace? Am I feeling calm? Am I in control of my thoughts? If you were talking to your higher self would probably say, no, absolutely not. So therefore, if you did something small, what seems insignificant in the moment, a small change, right? And you thought, hang on a minute, I've only changed. I've just changed one of my eating habits. I've just cut something out. I've just added something in. I've taken 5 minutes for me today to do something different. And actually, I feel different. It feels very insignificant in the moment. But going forward, those tiny, what seem like insignificant steps can create monumental change in our lives. We just have, it's just like tiny, weeny habit stacking. The thing that scares most of us and the thing that most of us cannot comprehend is the overwhelm of having to make massive monumental changes. It's easier. As human beings, we mostly want to revert to form. We want to do what's easiest, right? And what's easiest is not always what serves us the best, right? And if you spoke to any successful person or anybody, whatever winning and success means to us all is completely different. But if we spoke to anyone, every single one of those people would have a series of habits that they do on a daily basis, regardless. As our very first speaker said about practicing meditation for many years in small increments and actually thinking, have I noticed a difference? Have I not noticed a difference? but actually beginning to feel different. And sometimes we just feel like, oh, I feel like my brain is more focused today. I feel like my joints feel lighter today. I feel like I'm sleeping better today. You know, as long as we have that awareness, then we must think, okay, what have I done over the last 7 days that's different? Oh, I stopped doing this. I started doing that. You know, we're very intuitive beings. And actually, our intuition and our body wants to thrive at its healthiest self in our body, in our cells, at a cellular level, at a spiritual level. That's what we're supposed to be. All of us should be living our best lives, you know? So yeah, to me, it's just small habits with a guiding framework that you know that if I follow it and if I just go with it anyway, let me do it and then let me look back and think, what have I learned? What have I achieved? If it's working, why would I want to stop doing it? And then that just becomes you at the end of the day, you know.
And I think that is so powerful to actually focus on the results that you want to gain in your life. Focus on the things that are giving you that energy to start to make those small incremental changes on a daily basis that lead up to the massive results. And I think that is so important, especially nowadays when we actually live in a quick win society. Everyone wants quick fixes. They want to get rid of their cravings, or they want to gain some more energy. And so they're looking for things on the outside that can actually help them to do that. But by actually creating the right sustainable habits, building those habits very slowly, starting to reprogram the way that the neurons are firing, and to start to create new habits and new loops and new psychologies around these things, which help them over a longer period of time to be able to create a deeper level of energy. And at the end of the day, that is the essence of spirituality, is to be able to go a step further. It's to be able to look at what is it that energizes me. Maybe it's not all of the salts and sugars and fizzy drinks and sweets that I'm eating, but maybe it's that I need more sustainable proteins after my daily yoga sessions. Maybe it's that I need to start to take care of the thoughts that I'm thinking on a daily basis. Maybe it's that I need to shift certain emotions. And the way that I'm going to do that is just by starting to drink more water instead of actually going for all of these quick foods, quick wins, which don't enable me to actually move forward. So I think that is a phenomenal way. And one of the things I'm really looking forward to with you, Sarah, is your book that's going to be coming out on the winning habits. And you've done so well already on social media to start to create these little buzzes for people to start to really be able to reflect on what is it that's keeping them stuck, and to start to build up these healthy, powerful, enriching habits that can lead to the results that they want if they're consistent over time. Rita, what are your views?
Definitely. And it's really interesting. I'm looking forward to read the book, and once it's out, to know the wisdom, because I think books are always written when they hold a lot of depth and experience of a particular life. And that's what we are looking to. And being an entrepreneur in the field of wellness, in the field of yoga and mindfulness, it's a marvelous thing. In fact, this is really a great opportunity for people to progress. And when I sometimes give talk in the schools of Indian schools or other schools, I especially emphasize people to join this stream, because this will not only help you making up money, but also serving nice with that money. And also it's a healing thing for yourself. So where you're imparting an education to others, you are also getting it for yourself. That's what it is. So thank you so much, Sarah, for joining us. And we really wish you all the best for your book, and we look forward to have you again. Thank you. Really, it's time to welcome and move to India from UK. To talk to Bindu, who is our resident yoga expert, and we see her yoga postures, we see her tips that she gives to everyone with a great morning, and let's talk to her what she has to share to us. Global namaste to you, Bindu.
Global namaste, Riddhi and Amrita. And first of all, happy birthday to your father, Riddhi. And happy Friendship Day, everyone on over here. Everyone, happy Friendship Day. So this is a wonderful topic and it is very close to my heart as everybody has shared a wonderful experience of how yoga and meditation can be so life changing, and that has done for me as well. One trigger situation and it get into this wonderful experience of your life. So that has happened with me as well. Something has triggered the situation and it has changed 360-degree of looking at the life perspective. It gives you acknowledging yourself rather than complaining, and it release all the like the blockages what we hold on to it, and we let go things and we accept the way you are. So this how I started get into the yoga practice. Initially it was just a routine that okay, 1 hour class and I'm coming back. But when I have started practicing deeply and I've started seeing the change in myself, my overall behavior, overall the performance, overall looking at the talking to the people, getting angry, I was getting less angry towards everyone. I started stop comparing and judging myself. First of all, you have to set an intention towards your life, that what exactly you want in your life. Once it is done, then half of the battle you are win. So it has given me, like, I have started practicing meditation. So it has started transforming my emotional responses towards everyone. It has increased my creativity and more productivity towards my goal, what I want to do it. And that's what I am doing it right now. It
So,
supports
Bindu, you have a
my.
meditation for us as well?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
So
Please
can I go
let's
for
practice the
it?
meditation. Definitely.
So it's a wonderful meditation I have designed for you all. So let's begin before I go on too much to it. So let's start. So this meditation is about the process of acknowledging and releasing and the let go of all the attachment what we are holding on it. So it's a letting go of meditation. So I'll be using a metaphor of lotus flower, which will guide you through the process of letting go, making space for new growth and beauty of your life. So I request all of you to find a comfortable position wherever you all are, and just be sit comfortably. Slowly, you can close your eyes. Just take a nice, long, deep breath in and deep breath out. Now imagine yourself standing in front of a serene lake on a still morning. Now notice the calmness of the water, reflecting the beauty of surrounding the landscape. Now notice the sensation of your feet touching the ground, feeling connected to the present moment. Now bring to your mind something you have been holding on to it. Maybe a thought, any emotion, or some memory that no longer serves you. Now visualize this attachment as a weight in your hands, feeling its heaviness and burden. As you inhale, breathe in the courage to let go. As you exhale, imagine releasing this weight, allowing it to drift away like a leaf on the stream. Now visualize a lotus flower blooming in the lake, representing your heart and mind. And notice any petals that are wilted, representing your thoughts, your emotions, your experience that no longer serves you. Gently imagine plucking this wilted petal, allowing them to float away on the water. As they drift away, repeat after me in your mind. I let go of what no longer blooms in my life. I release the past, making space for new growth. I release the past and embrace the present. I trust in natural flow of life. I trust in beauty and wonder of my own unfolding. Now continue to breathe deeply. Imagine any remaining wilted petals. Just release them, making a space for new and vibrant growth of yourself. As you continue to breathe deeply, imagine any remaining attachment or burdens lifting away like a clouds disappearing into the sky. Now feel the lightness and the freedom that comes with letting go. Remember, letting go doesn't mean forgetting or dismissing. It means releasing the hold on your heart and mind. Remember, it is not an end, but it's a new beginning. You feel the lightness and freedom that comes with letting go. Now, last, take a one final deep breath in. And when you are ready, slowly you can open your eyes and carry this sense of release and renewal with you back into your day. Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you so much.
That was
Bindu.
a beautiful meditation.
Thank you. Thank you. This is what I practice whenever I'm like my mind is completely into a very disturbing zone. Once you sit down and it gives you a kind of a pause to your thoughts. So I practice this and I hope it has helped everyone at least for 2 minutes.
And we can
Yeah,
see
definitely.
the
Riddhi, how
effects
did you
of
feel?
when you're actually
How
doing
did you
your
feel?
yoga from these positions as well, and you're just so much more in the zone, so much more focused, and we can see just how well you're actually starting to blossom and to be able to guide the world as well with that beautiful innate wisdom that you have. And Bindu, I always like to say that people can only take their audience as far as they're willing to go themselves. And if this is your daily practice where you're just creating moments of stillness and silence for yourself, just to be able to let go and ease and calm, that
Believe
really is
me,
the beauty of
yes,
life.
sorry. Uh, Believe me, this helps a lot to center yourself and focus. Initially it becomes little difficult, but once you practice and once you set your mind, that's how we always say before we start our yoga practice, set your intention before starting the practice. So the same exactly, you have to set your intention for anything you start with, and then it definitely happens and you get into it, and you definitely with the consistent result you will get the result. Consistent practice.
Thank you, Bindu. Thank you so much. And
Thank you
let's
so
all
much.
together welcome Swami Shailendra Ji from Osho Fragrance, who is the brother of Osho, and we are really delighted to have him for a yoga and meditation episode because none other than him can give us the tips of right meditation and how to meditate basically. So, Swamiji, a very global namaste to you.
Namaste to everyone.
Yeah.
And thank you for inviting me. As you know, there are many types of yoga. You may have heard the names Karma Yoga, Hatha Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, Sahaj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga. Today we are going to practice for 5 minutes Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion, connecting with the universe through bhakti. And for next 5 minutes, we will use one technique of Hatha Yoga, focusing on the breathing. So I will just explain in very short. We are going to sing a song, a bhajan, which says, Om Hu Anand Hu Brahma Satchidanand Hu. The meaning of these words are simple. Om Hu means I am the divine sound, the celestial music of existence. I am not separate from it. That's the real meaning of yoga, the union. Nobody is an individual. We are all connected with the universal consciousness. Om Hu, Anand Hu, I am blissfulness, I am peacefulness. Brahma Satchidanand Hu. Brahma means the expanding consciousness. Please remember, Brahma does not mean what the word God means in English, the creator. No, not like that. Brahma has a different meaning. It means the expanding consciousness. The whole universe is expanding. Scientists have discovered this fact about a century ago. But the seers of Upanishads and Veda have discovered within themselves thousands of years ago that the consciousness there is not something static. It's moving, it's expanding, it's becoming bigger and bigger, vaster and vaster. So that is the meaning of Brahma. Brahma Satchidanand. This is called a Mahavakya, the great sentence of Upanishad. Sat Chit Anand. Sat means the truth, the eternal truth, which never begins and never ends. Chit means consciousness, Chaitan, and Anand, we all know it means bliss. These three qualities are combined in Brahma. It is expanding consciousness, it is the eternal truth. Everything else changes, begins and ends, but this eternal consciousness, it never started and it will never be finished. It's always here. And it is full of peace and bliss. So these three words are very much symbolic of the inner experiences which happen to a meditator in a deep state of samadhi. Samadhi means the eighth, the last step of the ladder of yoga. So this is the song we are going to sing. If you can dance, that will be even better. Otherwise, with closed eyes, clap and repeat with Ma Amrit Priya's singing and music. Om Hu Anand Hu Brahma Satchidanand Hu. After 5 minutes, we will stop this kirtan and then we will start another method which is part of Hatha Yoga. Taking slow, deep breath, inhaling with great awareness, consciousness, and exhaling with great awareness and lovingness. So there will be a music with a mantra, so hum. So when you hear this sound, during that period, inhale without repetition. When you are inhaling, you cannot utter a word. When you hear the sound hum, you can also say hum and let the breath go out completely. There will be pause for a second. In that pause, listen to the cosmic music of Om. So this will continue for 5 minutes and then that will also stop. And now the time for real meditation when nothing is happening. We are not doing anything, not controlling the breathing, not singing, not even the feeling of devotion is there. No physical activity, no mental activity, no emotions, just pure consciousness echoing with divine sound. We will be able to hear. We don't have to produce any sound. So that is the ultimate target of yoga and meditation. So please get ready to sing. If you can dance, that will be preferred. Clap.
ओम ही आनंद ओम ही आनंद ब्रह्म सच्चिदानंद
Everybody should repeat. Om Anand Brahma Satchidanand
ओम ही आनंद ब्रह्म सच्चिदानंद
Brahma Satchidanand
Swamiji, just in case if you are listening to us, there is no sound from your end, but we are enjoying that you are enjoying the meditation. Swamiji, at your end, there is no sound here. Maybe if you connect the sound back, Swamiji, there was no sound, but we enjoyed, you were enjoying the meditation and in a full swing. Can you speak now and see? Okay, your sound is gone, Swamiji. Connect back again. Let's mute you, and if you start back, and if you could put the sound back again. Over to you, Swami, over to you.
Yes, trying to reconnect.
Perfect. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, fine. So everybody now sit in a very comfortable posture, and there will be a mantra, so hum. When you hear the sound so, inhale softly, gently, with great awareness and love. And during hum, you can also pronounce the sound hum and breathe out gently with great awareness. So please close your eyes, keep your back and neck straight but relaxed, and follow the mantra so hum. You don't have to say so, only listen. Hum, you can say. Inhale. Start exhaling. Breathe in. Breathe out. Follow the rhythm of music. Feel the expansion of chest and belly during inhalation. Feel the shrinking chest and belly during exhalation. Forget the whole world. Just focus on your breathing, as if the world does not exist for you. There is your consciousness, which is watching the breathing pattern. Be more and more aware in a very relaxed manner. Expanding consciousness. peacefulness, blissfulness, inner joy without any reason. Mind has become calm and quiet. The whole body is completely relaxed. We are just preparing the ground for meditation to happen. Now drop the breathing technique to natural, spontaneous breathing. You are simply doing nothing. This is real meditation. You are fully aware and completely relaxed. No physical, mental, emotional activity. Just watching the natural breathing process. You are watchfulness. You are that consciousness which is part of Brahma. You are not an individual, but universal consciousness, echoing with divine melody of Om. Listening is happening by itself. It's not something that we are doing. As the heart is beating, the breathing process is going on. Similarly, the divine sound of Om is echoing. It is called Nad Brahma, the music of godliness. Listening is happening by itself. Now fold your hands in gratitude. Namaste Mudra. Take few deep breaths. Feel your body again. Remember, you are the witnessing consciousness. You are not the body. You are not the mind. You are not thinking. You are not feeling. You are just pure awareness. Feel thankfulness towards the whole existence, including yourself. Please open your eyes. Thank you very much for participating in this small meditation technique. You can do it whenever you have 5 minutes time. Just use the breathing technique. You can use any music, any devotional song you like to raise the energy, and then the breathing just for a few minutes, and then drop everything. That is real meditation. When we do something, singing or dancing or watching the breath, that is preparation for meditation. That is not real meditation. But the moment when we are doing nothing, just pure being is there. That is real meditation.
Thank you,
So
Swami.
thank you very much. Namaste to
Global
all.
Namaste, Swamiji. It was so wonderful. I love the Soham experience personally. And from their moment, you can see everybody on the screen. They were just mesmerized and taking into it. Swami, today I would like to introduce few people to you. You met our Himanshu Mehta, who came to see you in Pune very recently.
Yes.
He really enjoyed the
I
experience.
enjoyed his company there in Samarthgarh. Yeah.
Yes, and he really enjoyed there. And shortly he will be saying something. I want to introduce Sneha as well over here. Sneha is from London, and she has been doing Global Namaste, Sneha. Welcome. And Sneha, for over 20 years, has been experiencing healing and energy and soul evolution. That's one of the outreaches amongst others that she's doing. Sneha, just for about 30 seconds, what was your experience when Swami was doing Soham?
It was very incredible, Swami. Thank you. I just completely switched off. I've had a really busy day, and as soon as I started to chant, I just went into complete peace and just felt my body and started to feel energy. So it was very powerful. Thank you.
And Sneha, you will be connected to Swami through Amrita and Riddhi, and we can keep in touch because Swami has got a lot of following in WhatsApp and Telegram and social media. And there are lots of outreach he does in English and Hindi. So stay around, Sneha. We'll chit chat with you. Swami, going to Scotland from Patanjali, one of the very senior member, is Sam Potter in Scotland. Sam, global namaste to you.
Namaste.
And Sam will be doing a session just now in a moment. And Sam, what was your experience when Swami was humming into meditation?
Excellent. I was completely kind of got in a self-realization, went within myself. Who am I? What's the purpose of life? What I'm doing here? It's like a breath. Breath is the main secret which gives you connection with yourself. Learn to control your mind, which is and through the mind you connect with your soul. Once you connect with your soul, that leads to your spirituality.
And Sam, I noticed you were so embraced in it. You enjoyed it so much. So Swami, if ever you come to United Kingdom, then in Scotland you are welcome. Sam is there, and Sam is very senior. He's also an expert in care and other matters of humanity. But he's such a nice soul. So you're welcome to Scotland at his place anytime you like. You will be again connected through.
Next week I'm going to USA, and my friend Masto Baba, he will go to UK while returning from USA. So next week I'm planning to go to USA.
So Swami, we will connect to the Scotland. Amrita will make sure that everything is done. You mentioned USA, so let's go to Hitendra Rana from Salt Saxon, who is coming here a bit later as well. And he is in North Carolina in United States of America. Hitendra ji, say hello to Swami over here.
Hello, Jai Atmeshwar. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
And he runs a big group here called Salt Satsang, not just in his state, but other state as well. So again, he will be connected to you. So Swami is nice introducing few people over here. Let's go to Sarah Mills, who is an expert, and she loves winning the heart of people. She does it from a different way. Sarah, I saw you were very much engrossed when Swami was doing the Som meditation and then subsequently breathing. What was your experience like over the next 30 seconds?
Just really exactly what Swami said, which was just removing myself from my physical body, my thoughts, and just being. And when Swami mentioned about, the universe expanding, then I just felt like I was consciously expanding into that space as just thoughts and awareness. And it's absolutely fantastic.
And Sarah, isn't it nice that we from different countries, we got different continents here. We got Shubha waiting up there in the Africa. We got Kit Sharp here in London, you in London. We got USA, we got India, we got Scotland. And we can merge a different integrated way of meditation. Isn't it beautiful? So Sarah, stay around. We'll come back to you in a chit chat later. Bindus, Swami, you met our Himanshu Mehta. At the other end, in South Mumbai, we've got Bindu Vora, who has gone through tremendous amount of upheavals in her life, and now she has become a healer. So Bindu, say hello to Swamiji over here.
Namaste, Swamiji.
Namaste, Bindu.
Namaste.
And Swamiji, you'll be connected to her. So now when you go to Mumbai, you got more than about 200 healing our earth people who are all specialists and leaders in their field. So it will be nice someday maybe to go to Mumbai, where Himanshu, over the next 30 seconds, will say how much he enjoyed in Pune. Global Namaste, Himanshu, your experience in Pune.
Global Namaste. Oh, yeah. Swamiji, Namaste, Pranam.
Namaste.
I would say it was a blissful experience in attending Swamiji's Shibir. It was more like a soul connect. I'd forgotten everything about my business, my work, everything. And we had a great time. And yeah, and I remember the singing we had in the night after dinner, long walk with Swamiji. So it was lovely, wonderful, Swamiji. Yeah.
So I welcome you all, invite you all to come to New Delhi, and our ashram is about 2 hours away from the New Delhi airport. So whenever you visit India, please do visit our ashram. Thank you very much.
Global Namaste, Swami. We are going to move to Scotland now to Sam. Swami, we love you because you always come with bountiful of energy, different ideas. Thanks to Amrita who keeps in touch with you. And we will see you in the Independence Day next Sunday to get the message of Bharat and how India has progressed into a world leadership. Thank you, Swami.
Thank you.
बहुत धन्यवाद स्वामी जी. Thank you.
Isn't it wonderful to have that? And now, Sam, slightly later, but nonetheless, there aaye, durust aaye, but we are still here. Let's move on to you for our next 10 minutes, and then we'll fly to Kenya with Shubha. And then again, we will have a chit chat, and maybe Sneha has got 3-4 minute tips for us as well. So we've got so many people who are always interested in this episode all the time. So it's nice to have a big family. Sam, over to you. What tips have you got lined up for us? Because you got an exciting topic today.
Yes, everybody is talking about meditation. Yes, it's important. But before you do that, you got to have every good, healthy body. Everything happens in your digestion in the middle part. So I'm going to show you, Swamiji has produced the Mandukasana for digestion, for diabetes. But I see when you go to uni, they give you the basic. And then it's your job to develop into something much more to complement them. So what I've created is a Mandukasana for increasing your digestive system. You do half an hour before the meal time. To improve your digestive system, you have to exercise your pancreas, your liver and gallbladder, your spleen, your stomach, and your kidney, adrenal gland. Within 5 minutes, you can do all that. We do half an hour before the meal time. Okay? So first you make a tight fist. For best way is the Vajrasana, sitting on the floor. But I have a knee problem, so I can't sit on the floor. So I'm going to do in the chair, no problem. To make a tight fist, you breathe in, and you breathe out completely. Your stomach goes in, put this in your belly button, that's where the pancreas is. And you go down all the way as far down as you can, and look up. As you look up, you're exercising your pancreas, and you do Kapalbhati for 40 times. Time is limited, so won't do that. But I do that twice. By doing this, you're twisting your pancreas to produce more insulin, which helps to balance the sugar level. Next is you make a fist again, you breathe in, breathe out, right hand where the liver is, left hand where the spleen is, and again you go down, all the way down, and you come up and do Kapalbhati for 40 times twice. So right hand pressing your liver and gallbladder, you produce more bile, which helps to digest the food, and the left you produce more white blood cells to fight infection and increase immunity as well. So you're doing that together. Next is the stomach. Every time you eat food, you digest your food, food goes out of the system through the pipe. There's still some gases left. This stomach exercise will get rid of any gases to start the new process of eating again. So you breathe in, breathe out completely, put your left hand over right hand, you go down again, you go up, look up and do Kapalbhati. Excellent. Again, we do that 40 times. But just now, for the time limit, I'm just showing you the whole practice. Next is the kidney adrenal gland. If you follow your belly button around the back, just above the other side of the spine is the kidney. Above that is the adrenal gland. Make a fist and you tap there for 40 times. This way, any kind of forming in the kidney, it clears away, and your blood can clean the blood properly. So no stone gets formed due to uric acid or anything else. So that's one. You do that half an hour before the meal time. Next is, just before the meal time, if you take your both hands in the front, your forefinger tight against the palm of fist and thumb on the top. Little video. If you look at the right hand, little finger presses your liver and gallbladder, your ring finger, your pancreas, your middle finger, kidney, and index finger, adrenal gland. And the left hand, heart, pancreas, kidney, adrenal gland. So you put the forefinger tight against the fist and put it from. Do that 20 times. This will improve all your digestive system in the body. Prevention is better than cure. You have to do it daily, especially at my age. I'm 70, so you have to do that regularly to improve your digestive system. Excellent. Next also is if you stretch the leg in the front, take your right leg over the left leg, right hand close the body, left hand comes across, and you're twisting towards the right side. By twisting right, you exercise everything on left side. Your thyroid, your heart, your left lung, your spleen, your left kidney, and so on. And you do Kapalbhati for 40 times. And then you come back, slowly one at a time, and do the same thing. Left leg over the right leg, left hand close to the floor, right hand across there. You're twisting yourself towards the right side. This time you're exercising left side. So exercising everything your right side, your right thyroid, your right lung, gallbladder, liver, and so on. Excellent. So what you have done so far, this is beneficial for diabetes, for fatty liver, for people with lack of insulin, improve your digestive system, and any kind of stomach pain, things like that. It's a complete, it also brings a balance of hormones as well, reduces stress, anxiety, everything happens here. So that's what that is. But the Patanjali, Swami, what happened before Swamiji brought the yoga into practice? Yoga was so difficult. Most people won't get leg around the neck and they won't do it. So yoga was not that common. Not everybody done it. But since Swamiji made the yoga so simple, so really the different grade of people love yoga teacher. What Himanshu said, very excellent. You have to be perfect. He might be 5-star, very highly, but I might be 2-star, doesn't matter. We all are teaching yoga to get to the maximum, to promote health. Our main mission is to promote health first. If you're not healthy, then nothing happens. You can't meditate either. So first you have to get the body healthy. And my mission is to get people directly benefit health-wise. And meditation, a lot of people do meditation, but they do not, I'm not complaining against here, but in most of your class, they do relaxation. They call it meditation with relaxation. Meditation is what you did, what the group did here, very, very, very nicely. So any question? Thank you very much for what I thought. I talked about the digestive system today. That's what we're trying to do in my own way.
Sam, we really enjoyed it, and digestive system is very important, not just for yoga meditation, but daily life. Amrita, your comment, Riddhi, your comment, and we move to Kenya afterwards.
Yes, thank you, Nilkumar. Yes, Sam, it was really nice and important as well. Digestive system is so important for the body, and people don't know how to practice things and how to keep it fit in many ways. We see belly fat as one of the very prominent part of obesity, which leads to so many disorders, and therefore to take care of your digestive system helps you to get rid of so many toxins as well and have a better digestion. The better the digestion, the healthier the gut, the healthier the mind and body. Isn't it, Riddhi?
And Sam, it's just beautiful to see all of the different positions that we can do Kapalabharati in. Kapalabharati being a cleansing practice, being a practice that can help to remove the toxins from the body, but the different ways in which we can do that to help to stimulate the different organs, to help to stimulate a sense of healing and creativity within. And wasn't that just wonderful? And we also have our director, Nilkumar, joining us. So global namaste.
Thank you, Riddhi. And we've got Sneha here as well, who also have tips. Sneha, your comment for 30 seconds on what Sam delivered, and maybe for 1 minute, if you can give your tips to us.
Sure. So Samji was amazing. I didn't actually do it because I've had a really big lunch. So I've taken some notes, Samji. I had a picnic today and I've been munching away. But it's very important. I'm going through perimenopause and digestion slows down. So as you get older, so all those tips are very amazing. So thank you so much. Very useful.
Thank you, Sneha. Sneha, stay around. And later, maybe we are going to visit Sister Jayanti, and then we will have a chit chat again. So at Healing Our Earth, we bring in so many people, and some of them deliver a little session, and then we have a chit chat, because during the chit chat, we exchange ideas. So stay around. Sam, leaving Scotland and India for a moment. Let's go to East Africa, Mombasa, Kenya. A global namaste and jambo to you, Shubha.
Global namaste to everyone. It's what a pleasure to be back, and Neil, Amrita, Riddhi, all of you, fantastic. Thank you so much for having me here. And yes, lovely to be here. And I've been listening to everyone, fantastic. So I will just take off from where Sam left, and what he really said was absolutely bang on. Like, you know, no matter how much you want to do meditation, you want to do breathing, whatever it is, the health is, the body is the most important aspect of your existence here in this world. And it has to be taken care of. you don't have to push it to beyond limits, but it needs to function. The functionality of the body has to be efficient, you know, and unless that happens, it's not going to kind of, you know, take you further in your spiritual aspirations. So yes, I just want to kind of add on to it before I just have a small little sequence that I did it this morning, Sunday morning being, it was beautiful in the morning in Mombasa. So I thought, why not record it? Because I won't get the same feeling now because it's high tide now. So I have a small clip.
So Shubha, you actually did a recording for us in the morning today?
Yes, this morning sunrise.
Shubha,
Yes.
let's actually wake everybody up because, you know, when we wake up, we have body stiffness, we've got lethargy, we need to go with the flow. Well, let's maybe go with your video first and then we will chit chat with you. Are you okay? We play that first because it sounds very exciting.
Fantastic. I would love that.
And shortly we will play that. So it's
So it was a beautiful morning today. So like, you know, enjoy it, enjoy the scenery, of course. And it's important for all of us to kind of, you know, not worry about how much we're doing.
And I can see you've got quite a few people, and two of them you brought them in the middle.
Yes, I being a Sunday morning, I asked them to come and you know, join me. So that was a plus point.
And this is Mombasa, is it?
This is Mombasa. This is Nyali. This is Nyali Beach, one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. Okay, so
Well-
this is a small corner stretch of it, and but yes, enjoying. This is this morning, and it's like the sun is just coming up. If you can see.
Yes, Shubha. Well, let's play the video. Everybody sit and relax. This was recorded live earlier this morning in Mombasa, Kenya, East Africa, and yeah.
Global Namaste to all of you. Okay, we are in the city of Mombasa, the coastal city in Kenya, and this is the sunrise on a beautiful Sunday. And I have with me Degwa and Sironka. Okay, and we are going to do something very simple today, a gentle flow, gentle yoga flow, so that when you get up in the morning, usually all of us feel a little bit of aches and pains, and we feel a body stiffness. These kind of issues are there. So people usually think that, you know, we have to walk, or we have to run, or you have to go out, walk, and then we feel better. You don't have to do any of those things. You can get up in the morning, have a mat in front of you, and do a gentle flow. So it's going to be a very gentle flow, which you can. And also this can be used as an exercise if you repeat it 4 times or 3 times. Okay, but we're just going to do it once so that you have a sequence which you can follow at your leisure. Okay, let's start now. Stand in Tadasana, mountain pose. Keep your gaze straight ahead. Ensure that your body is aligned. Okay, your fingers are pointing downwards. Your ankles, your shoulders, your knees, your hips, everything is aligned parallel to each other. Inhale and breathe out. Now inhale as you take your arms up. Breathe out as you come down. Now slight movement. Get into a chair pose, which is a slight bend in your knees. And inhale as you take it up. Now as you breathe out, come down and take your arms behind. Inhale as you come up gently. Breathe out as you come down and take your arms behind. The next one is going down completely. So inhale as you go up. Breathe out, bend your knees. Keep your knees slightly bent so that you don't have any unnecessary pulls or push. Place your hands down on the mat and put your head down gently. Okay, and then come up. Next, you go down. Put your palms down on the mat. Take your right leg slightly behind. Hold it. Put your palms down. Okay, take your left leg back. Hold it in that position. If you find this difficult, put your knee down. Hold it there. Okay, this is a good exercise for your spine. So gently do a few cats and cows. Okay, angry cat, which is inhale as you push your upper back up. Breathe out as you push your butt back towards in a cow position. Now gently activate your toes. Come back on a plank position. This is excellent to give you strength without actually moving your body too much. Hold it this way for a few counts. Put your knee down, okay, and then sit back in child's pose. Feel that stretch in your upper back, on your arms. Come back into 4. Activate again. Get into a plank position. Okay, now from here, you just inhale, take it up, breathe out as you come down. Okay, take your right leg back, hold it there, and then gently walk to the other side and hold it. Now gently bend this right knee, keep it here, hold it gently. Hold it for a few seconds, walk to the other side. Hold it here. And then come back again into position. Okay, and hands on your knees and into a tabletop. Hold it. Take your left leg as far as possible so that you get that length and lift up. Okay, hold it in this position. And then come down, lift your left leg off, go to the other side. Okay, turn again, right knee, take your right leg as far as possible and place your right knee down. And take your hands up, hold it, come down again, lift it up. This time come to the center, okay, hands on your waist, okay, into a tabletop, hold it. Now gently place your palm down onto the floor. Okay, and bend your knee gently. Come up, back straight. Now gently bend your knees, okay, and hands onto the side and hold it. So hold this, keep holding this, and then place your hands on your thighs and gently press your right shoulder forward, and then come up, take your left shoulder forward and come up and straighten out your body, correct your feet, come to the center, bring your legs together and inhale and straight.
Lovely video. What a video, and what a piece. My God, that's such a marvelous thing. I think this kind of environment where all the elements, I could see the clouds moving. What a lovely morning. A mild sun rays just touching here and there, and dark clouds hovering and asking, let me have some precipitation for you. This is really lovely. And then gentle moves on with the breeze. It's such a nice feeling.
And more, and Amrita, more importantly, the way she got it shot, you know, the videography. So she produced, directed for us this morning with the local ethnic population as well. So Shubha is not only spreading the knowledge of the yoga and the benefits for it, and the way she time zoned it, we saw it before the sun came out, as it came out, against the sun, the camera was shooting, and yet it was captured. Shubha, that was fantastic. It was very well done.
Thank you.
Loved every moment. The moment you started, Sam actually got up and he was following.
I did notice that.
Sam loves it because as expert as he is, whenever any yoga people comes, it doesn't matter if they are amateur or professional, Sam enjoys what they are doing because in the process, he has increased his repertoire, not just vertically, but even horizontally. And Keith is over here as well, who is our Qigong and Tai Chi lead over here. And he has been to Africa and India and many parts of the world when he was in the engineering. Keith, what did you think? They're live in Mombasa and you got a backdrop of an ocean or a water yourself.
I am amazed on the basis that I would like to say, Shubha, that was wonderful.
Yeah.
And it is apparent, if I may, as a Tai Chi man, saying the harmony that we now have between Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, ancient Chinese, ancient Indian healing methods, now considered to be mind, body and soul activities. And I would like to say, because I'm only here for a few minutes, is that I see the harmonization between the Chinese and the Indian ancient rituals, medical practices, etc. And Neil, I'd like to just state that I am having meetings at the moment with a number of people across the world regarding the Bill Douglas Global Transformation Project, which is basically to introduce mind-body practices into schools right across the world. I'm honored that I'm helping Bill. I've come up with a new term for myself, which is facilitator, trying to get people to working together instead of having negative thoughts, have positive thoughts. And as the two principles in this, it is not just Bill and the Global Transformation Project and all the work he's done for 25 years. And again, I thank Healing Our Earth for the 28th of April. And also with Healing Our Earth and the marriages that we need to actually change the world. And there is this term that I've had mentioned to me, Qigong saves the world. No, it's the harmonization between all the effects. As many of you know, I'm an engineer. My practical knowledge is limited on Tai Chi and everything else, but I can see so much in the next few years with social media and what we're doing through the activities of Healing Our Earth.
Thank you.
World Tai Chi Day, and I thank you and Global Manners Day to everyone around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. We will bring another episode with that. And you got a new title, but I think rather than just a facilitator, let's call you a chief facilitator because you did a wonderful job last time. Stay around, Keith, if you can. We are still going to chit chat. Neha, you were here. Sneha, you were here and you were enjoying the Mombasa beach as well. Your thought and maybe for a minute or so, can you give some tips of meditation or yoga of yours as well?
Sure. I mean, the Mombasa, I just want to be there. It's sunny here, but it doesn't compare to that beautiful beach. So thank you. That was amazing.
You mentioned that you want to be there. So Shubha is also a retreat organizer, yoga organizer retreat with Vasanti over there as well, and Meena Ben, and shortly she'll be meeting Seema in Kenya for next year. And Shubha just this month is doing the migration Masai Mara retreat, aren't you, Shubha?
Yes, I am.
And then maybe sometime next year, Sneha and Prash, and they organize a lot of retreats as well. So they are one of the teams that will be with us next year later. And wouldn't it be wonderful that all of us together maybe can be on the same beach, same time, same place where you are doing yoga for us? So it'll be wonderful over there. So Sneha, yes, if you were on the beach, what would you be talking or giving tips on?
So my tip is building on what Swami said. Basically, when we're meditating, we're just remembering who we are. And we connect with Bhumima, which is the earth, to keep us in the body, as some people have mentioned, how the body is important. So it's a triangular body, mind, soul. And so when I'm meditating, I go to the heart center and I use the heart as a portal to remember that we are all source, we're all source energy. And when we start to connect through the heart, connect to the earth, it starts to bring peace. The mind obviously wants to bring in what you want to do for the day and your to-do list and what you're going to eat. And I allow the mind to do its jumping up and down a little bit. And then I start to, as Swami said, prepare with the breath. And then as soon as I start to remember who I truly am, I start to expand into consciousness. And there's no truer feeling, because once you become consciousness, you realize the true meaning of who you are. You are true love, you are source, and we are all connected. With this world, there's a lot of separation that's been, through the ages, promoted separation. I'm different from you, you're this religion, but ultimately we are love, we are source. So when we meditate, we can really connect with that part of ourselves to our higher self. So the ego gets put to the side, the false ego. And I've had many downloads, many insights from meditation. Meditation has been my savior. I do, even if I can do 5 minutes, I try to do meditation and Reiki, my healing every day, because I know that it keeps me the best I can be in this avatar. I've been given this beautiful avatar and I have to make the most of this life. But when I connect back to my true self, I can put some of my emotions and ego aside. So that will be my top tip, is really connect back with your heart to your higher self.
Yeah, that's really nice. In fact, to meditate, I think a lot of people have found the answers to those questions that the world could not answer for themselves. And when you try finding out answers, so everybody has a problem. And when we call all these things as problems and sufferings that comes to our life, certain problems that stay for a very long time become some traumas in our life, and we hold those traumas forever, knowingly and unknowingly. And I think at that verge, a lot of people take a shelter of understanding themselves in a spiritual point of view, and that spiritual point of view takes them to a verge of meditating. And when you meditate, you really discover something that gives you a lot of answers, which nobody can tell, I think, through the voices. And that's
Amrita,
what it is about.
Amrita, we will have Sneha back again. She was there regularly during pandemic and Brash and Keith, and I think Sister Jayanti is here. So maybe let's move over to our special guest, Sister Jayanti, over here, and get a nice meditation, and then we will maybe get a chance to chit chat with her. Global Namaste, Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti. Amrita, go ahead and introduce Sister. Over to you.
Om
Global
Shanti.
Namaste, Sister. Global Namaste, Sister Jayanti. Om Shanti. It's really, really a pleasure to have you again at our Healing Our Earth platform. And all those viewers who are listening and watching us for the first time, I would like to say Sister Jayanti is additional administrative head of Brahma Kumaris. She is also the director of Brahma Kumaris activities in Europe and at Middle East. As a spiritual teacher for over 50 years, she has dedicated her life for self-transformation and service to humanity. Sister Jayanti is the Brahma Kumari representative to United Nations in Geneva, she continues to champion the cooperative role of spiritual organizations in creating a just and a peaceful world, bringing spiritual principles to the decision tables of politicians, economists, business leaders, scientists, and nearly every stakeholder of our times. Sister Jayanti sees the erosion of spiritual values as the underlying cause of crisis in the world that the world is facing today. The Brahma Kumaris is an international non-government organization of United Nations accredited with General Consultative status with Economic and Social Council. A very, very warm welcome to you, Sister Jayanti.
Global namaste to you and all my team, friends, and the audience that has already joined us. So it's lovely to be with you again. And of course, it's my favorite subject, the subject of meditation. And it's beautiful to see how there's been a growing interest in this subject over the years. I know that at first people used to think that yoga just means the physical exercises, but then gradually they've come to understand that there are different stages in yoga. And Raj Yoga is the yoga that's described as the highest yoga. And in that, why the highest? Because it's very specific. It's yoga with the one who is the supreme, the one who is the highest. And so, shall I share some of the concepts of Raj Yoga meditation? Because sometimes people think that, oh, that's too far away from us. We can't manage it with a life as a householder or in the family or at work. But in fact, Raj Yoga is very, very simple, because Raj Yoga means, firstly, to know myself, secondly, to know the divine, and the third step, to connect with the divine. We could even say it's inwards and upwards, and then the experience you have, you use in the world out there. So just 3 words: let me go in, let me go up, and then let me go out, carrying the fruits of my meditation. And of course, the biggest question is, well, what happens to the mind in meditation? Are we supposed to forget about the mind? Are we supposed to silence the mind? What are we supposed to do? Well, it's very difficult to forget it. It's very difficult to silence it. But what we can do is channel its energy in a specific direction. And so the first step would be what I would describe as initiation, in which I simply watch my thoughts. And I see them scattering in many different directions. And then the second step, meditation, in which I learn that I can be the master of my mind and therefore my own thoughts and my feelings. And you can imagine how powerful a formula that is to be able to use in today's world, a world of constant chaos and crisis. In fact, they describe it as perma-crisis. There isn't a moment that we're free from crisis. One has not yet finished and another one has begun. And so it's a permanent state of crisis. Given that, to be able to become the master of my own mind, my thoughts and my feelings, is a very powerful experience, one that brings a huge amount of stability and strength, one in which we're able to be fearless, be able to rise above all the conflict and come to an inner state of peace and calm, which can stay with us throughout all the upheaval that's going on. We're not ignoring it, but yet we're able to stay up above it. And through that, we're able then to give help and support to others who need that. And so this first step, initiation, then meditation, in which I learn about the soul, and I go on this inner journey, and I see that I can channel my thoughts in a very specific way. I want to think about the higher self, not the physical self. I've been thinking about that the whole of my life. I've been thinking about what I eat, what I drink, what I do, I've been thinking about my physical form, my position, my possessions, my relatives, my friends. So all of those things belong to this domain, the physical dimension of the world. But now I want to explore the inner dimension, the being that I truly am. I existed before I took on this body. Think about it. Nobody made me. My parents were the creators of the body, but it wasn't a human creator of the soul. The soul is eternal. It does not die. The wind cannot touch it. Fire cannot do anything to it. Water cannot leave an imprint on it. It's infinitesimal, a tiny point of light. And within this inner being that I am, located here in the center of the forehead, in here is my faculty to think, to feel, to experience, and all the other signs of living consciousness that I know about. My memory, my personality, all of these things are within this infinitesimal spark of light, the being that I am, separate from the brain, but using the brain. And so now in the awareness of the eternal soul, the eternal being of light that I am, I let my thoughts move in that direction, and I explore the original qualities of the inner being. Just as this body is made up of bones and flesh and carbohydrates and proteins and all the things you know about, what is the soul made up of? The soul is made up of peace, of truth, of love, of purity, of joy. These are the 5 essential ingredients of the inner being. And in meditation, I'm going on this inner journey and letting my thoughts travel in this awareness to explore the stillness that lies within, the peace and all the other treasures that I carry within myself. And the second step, in this awareness of the soul, I become aware of the presence of the divine. And where people say, but how do I know there is a God? How do I know there's a higher being? How do I know that there is someone who is up above? Well, think about a radio receiver. If my radio set is tuned to the things on one particular wavelength, that's the only information I'll receive. If I change the frequency, if I change the wavelength, I can maybe connect to another transmitter and discover a whole new source of information. So when my consciousness is connected just to the mundane world, that's all I understand and experience and feel. I know nothing more. When I start going on this inner journey and practicing this higher consciousness of I, the radiant light shining in the forehead, holding that awareness of the inner being, I can feel the presence of the divine. My thoughts, my feelings have been tuned to a higher frequency in which now I'm able to receive from the Supreme, from the transmitter, the message that's being put out, the message of peace, of love, of wisdom, of purity and joy. And so in this way, now I have yoga. So from initiation to meditation to yoga, the connection. Yoga means union, union of the self with the divine. And as I connect, I can feel more and more clearly the qualities of the divine reaching me. And 2 things happen. They awaken those same qualities that are there within the soul, because they are there, but I'd forgotten and layers of dust had accumulated. And now the presence of the divine clears that, and I'm able to absorb the qualities of the Supreme and enhance my own inner potential, my own inner qualities. And from that state of yoga, I move further to the state of realization. And in this, I'm not thinking anymore. The gaps between the thoughts have become longer and longer. And now I'm able to experience silence. And in that silence, not passive, not empty, but very rich, very beautiful, very full, I'm able to experience the qualities from the divine within myself. And so I realize I'm a being of love. I am a being of truth. But when I forgot myself, I forgot the divine, and I lost those qualities. They stayed merged deep within me. And this experience of connecting Raj Yoga, yoga with the Supreme, enables me to experience these and develop these within myself once again. And so the result of yoga is that I am transformed. The sorrow that I carried has been removed with God's love. The weakness that I had developed because I didn't know how to recharge my inner battery, now I'm being charged again. Imagine when you've forgotten to recharge your little device. What would you do without it all day? You wouldn't be able to do the tasks you wanted to do. Same thing. We forgot ourselves. We forgot about the divine. And so the battery has been reducing and is getting discharged until only a tiny little part remains, which is why we see the world as it is today. We see a situation in which there's mental health issues. It's a pandemic. It truly is. We see that wrong decisions are being made that are taking humanity further into darkness. We see that people mistake money and love. They mistake peace and power. There's total confusion. And so the values on which civilization is based have crumbled. And so we see civilization crumbling. But the remedy, come back to the inner qualities, the original values of the soul. And as a result of that, then yes, we're going to be able to, again, bring values back into our lives, into our activity, our relationships. And so what I see ahead is a world of truth and love and harmony. So the healing of the soul, but also the transformation of the world happens through this union with the divine. Human capacity cannot manage to bring about change in the systems of the world today because the basic foundation has been lost, that of values. Restore the foundation which exists in human beings, and the human beings become better human beings, humane human beings, and as a result of that, we see a world of values come into being. So the vision that I want to share with everyone today is a vision of hope, that there is a better world ahead, a world of love and harmony. It's just waiting for us to experience that within ourselves, and it'll become manifest in the world also. So thank you so much to my dear brother Neil for giving me this opportunity. Global Namaste, and to all the different hosts here and abroad. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Sister Jayanti. In fact, it is privilege to have you. So it is nice that you are always there, because in the social media, So many people always send a comment, they are waiting eagerly for you. As you know, Zoom is a private spot where the facilitator and the team are, but on the social media, everybody is there. And I think generally people are asking just one question at the moment. How can you stop the distracted mind, although you've covered it, just in a one simple tip, if you were to give them, how can you stop the distracting mind constantly wavering into the current scenario in whichever country they are? What is one tip, sister, that you practice?
When there's something beautiful, you're drawn to something of beauty. And when I see the beauty of the soul, the goodness of the soul, the spirit itself, I want to focus on that and taste the sweetness of this. So just one very simple tip. Remember that you, the soul, are a beautiful being of light, and you shine with goodness which you've forgotten. But take a moment to go inside and feel the sweetness and the goodness that lies within. And it'll be a very good motivation to continue with meditation.
Well, there you are in a simple form from a very nice soul. If you can practice this, you can bring the peace in your mind in your daily life. Sister, just for next 3-4 minutes, just want to introduce you quickly to a few people. Here, sitting in USA, in North Carolina, is Hitendra Rana, who is running Soul Satsang there. And you do visit America many times. So it'll be nice if someday he can visit you. Hitendraji, say Om Shanti to Sister Jayanti, please.
Om Shanti, Global Namaste.
Om Shanti.
Wonderful to introduce you. And then we have our Professor Sudhir Sharan. He's friend of one of our producers, which is Rotarian Lal Gohel. And he was there in Guru Purnima. And we had a lovely session. So Professor Sudhir, please say hello to Sister Jayanti.
Global Namaskar, ma'am.
Om Shanti, Namaste.
Very divine soul.
And Sister Jayanti, Professor Sudhir is also visiting faculty into USA and in a high position in India as well. So maybe at some point when we do a joint sessions like how we do, in fact, just to remind people, in pandemic, Brahma Kumaris, through the guidance of Sister Jayanti, Healthy Mind, Healthy Planet was one of the biggest episodes we produced with 35 contributors, all the continents, and I think we visited 17 countries. So what a wonderful time it was, sister, 4 years back, where everybody was new to Zoom and everything. So it was so beautiful. And our regular, our resident Europe outreach, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas is here as well. So I'm sure you want to pranam to sister.
Pranams to you. It's always lovely to, have you here and hear this wonderful way of transmitting something which is unbelievable. How you took the entire Raj Yoga from one phase to another, and then by the time you ended it, the mind became so calm and absolutely silent. I really appreciate the way you conducted. Thank you very much.
Om Shanti, Lakshmi Ben.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. And Sister Jayanti, because in fact, you were in East Africa, in Kenya, just a couple of months back, I think. And Shubha missed out on it. She's in Mombasa. So next time you go to Mombasa, she would like to welcome you there. Earlier, she was here on Healing Our Earth. This morning, she went on a beach to do a recording. Shubha, say hello to Sister Jayanti over here.
Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti. What a pleasure to be in the same room as you. And thank you very much for your profound talk. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Om Shanti.
And Shubha, Caroline from Nairobi and Seema will introduce you through to Nairobi office. We will give you the Mombasa contact next week. So just please do recommend everybody for Brahma Kumari. Sneha, you've been eagerly anticipating and waiting. What did you feel when sister? I love when sister is talking because it's nice, soothing, and gently she draws you into her energy. Did you feel that? You are a healer yourself for 20 years.
Namaste and Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti. It was just so beautiful. My Masi was a Brahma Kumari. I went when I was young, and it just brought me lots of emotions, actually good memories, but also very calming. And your voice, I could hear it all day. It was so beautiful. Thank you, sister.
Thank you, Sneha. And finally, sister, Scotland, where you know maybe from the Patanjali, one of the leads here, and including globally, we have got Sam over here. Sam, nice to have you. You had a session earlier, and you're muted. Maybe just say hello to Sister Janti. Sam, you muted yourself again. Just unmute, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayanti. That was lovely. I do listen to Brahma Kumari some meditation on the YouTube as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sister. And sister, it's so wonderful to have you. We're gonna let you go in a moment, but just before you go, I always put you on the spot and say, I also want different 5 tips because I know that you travel so many countries, and wherever you go, nothing phases you. You are cool, calm, collective. So you travel a lot, but you are never jet lagged because as soon as you land, you get ready and you are doing a large audience. Sister, what is your tip of keeping cool, calm, collective, and not getting jet lagged?
If you stay in the awareness of the Atma, the soul is beyond time and space. And so whether you're in Mauritius or whether you're in London, however long the time distance may be, it's okay because the soul helps you just simply have that energy. If you're connected with one, that energy will work.
Wow, isn't it just simple if you can just follow it, that just keep within yourself and be aware of where you are at that moment. Sister, I love that. We love you, Sister Jayanti. Thank you for being here at Healing Our Earth. Amrita, what, you had a question for sister or you just wanted to make a comment to the sister?
Yeah, sister, it has been really a pleasure to have you. And in fact, I always learn so many things and look forward for your session because watching you on TV and live and here, it's a very big difference. It seems as if you touch my heart. And today's lesson I learned is that the body needs carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, but your soul needs peace, truth, love, and joy. And that's the message that I will take over from now on in my life, which has been a part, but then this is so important to nourish my soul every time. And thank you so, so much.
And sister, before we let you go, Seema, who is here, again a senior host, and you do know her because she has hosted you before. She was just in Kenya 3 months back at the Brahma Kumari Center and enjoyed so much down there, where sister went after you, Seema. Seema, what would you like to say?
Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti. I just loved what you shared with us about watching our thoughts, meditating and learning to be the master of our mind. I am unable to bring myself into the present moment as much as I try to meditate. The harder I try, the more the mind is distracted. What tips can you give people like me whose mind goes all over the place constantly to bring it into the present moment so we can experience that oneness with the divine?
Feel that shining star. Don't just think about the soul, but let yourself feel that energy that lies within. And I know that this is who I am. Looking at the world through these 2 eyes is very limited. But looking at the world through this, the inner eye, means that I can watch myself. I can make sure that my thoughts stay on the highest level possible. Don't try to stop or control thoughts. Just simply channel them towards the highest, the awareness of the inner being and all the qualities of the inner self that Amrita was sharing earlier.
There you are, Seema. From now on, channel yourself in your current times. Remember, The only thing in the world that we cannot bring back, the only thing, okay, is the time. We cannot reverse the time. So use the time wisely, be in the channel, and whenever you feel like that you are not able to, close your eyes, think of Sister Jayanti with a cool, soothing voice, and maybe you will channel yourself. Sister Jayanti, Om Shanti.
Global namaste to each and every one. Om Shanti. Thank you so much. It's a joy to meet you all.
Thank you,
Om
sister.
Shanti. Thank you.
Well, Amrita, sister always brings so much joy that whenever she is there, all our in-house people want to chit-chat with her. And she's actually so popular with any outreach wherever she goes. And the important thing is that she travels so much but never gets jet lagged. And we need to grasp that tip from her, how we can manage that. So shortly, we're going to visit USA and go to Hitendra Rana, who is even our soul of healing our earth, because he is soul satsang, but not just satsang. He actually is a spiritual soul that loves many aspects of spirituality. But just before we go, Professor Sudhir, we had good fun when you were here in Guru Purnima. There was laughter, there was knowledge, there was share of things. How was your experience when you just joined earlier? Because you love spirituality too.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. So, as life will present surprises, my friend Neil, in 1998 November, it presented a surprise to me. I was a highly materialistic individual, and then I had to run Maharshi Mahesh Yogi's institution here in Bangalore. Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, if you have tracked, was the most influential spiritual leaders from our mother India. He had who is who among his followers. The Beatles, and you name it, were his followers. In November, when I came to work for Maharshi in Bangalore, I found there were 4 Americans who had dedicated their life to spread Maharshi's spirituality message. Completely, they had vowed not to marry, not to have a family. And here in India, we call them Purushas. Again, luck as it will have it, the previous director, my predecessor, hadn't vacated the flat, which was meant for the head of institution. I was planning to stay in a hotel in Bangalore. By end of the day, the 4 Purushas says, we live in Malleshwaram in Bangalore and we have 2 rooms available. We want you to come and stay there. I don't know why they said it, but they said it. And next day, I started being inducted into transcendental meditation. It was a 5-day program. I remember my guru was Dr. Richard, and he gave a mantra which I cannot reveal. It is not supposed to be revealed to anybody other than your own soul. And I started meditation 25 years ago. What I found, Neil, is this. The moment you are into meditation, your questions come, like some of us expressed to sister today. How do we check the mind from wandering into different thoughts when we are meditating? And when I mentioned this doubt to Richard, he says, this is natural. Do not exercise conscious checks. A day will come when either the thoughts will stop coming in ripples, or better, within minutes of starting your meditation, you will fall asleep. Now, it relieved my tension. I'm taking you back to 25 years, trying to share this thought. Many of you may relate with it. In your journey of meditation, it might be happening exactly. It happened with me. And within weeks, what I found is we had 2 windows for meditation: morning, 25 minutes, and afternoon or evening, 25 minutes. We did it with our students of management in the building part, which was assigned for this exercise every day. There'll be fragrant, incandescent lamps. There will be Maharshi music playing. Atmosphere will be set. And here is what I want to share with you all. I suddenly found that all my intellectual power was unlocked during those short meditation sessions. Mark my words. We were people blessed by our parents and gurus. We went to the best of the institution. We count ourselves as intelligent people by virtue of being a student of IIM Ahmedabad. But my classes in Ahmedabad did not release my intellectual prowess to the level those 20 minutes of meditation did. So you are at your best. You just ask sister how she overcomes jet lag. I do not know. She won't reveal her secret, but I have a guess, a very intelligent guess. She has attuned her whole physical being with what a biologist will call circadian cycle. There are experts in medical profession who will tell you how to minimize the jet lag. They have perfected the art of it. They are never experiencing physical tiredness because their soul level is always keeping them in a state of meditation every waking minute of your life. We find 40 minutes a day a tough task, but for them it is child's play to remain in meditative frame of existence every waking moment. So Neil, that may answer. I'll stop here.
Thank you,
because,
Professor.
you allowed, yes. Thank you.
Very much. Yes, that's an alternative way of looking. Mine is very simple. When I travel on a plane, I look at it that I've gone to a restaurant to enjoy my cuisine, and my travel is going to be so much fun that 8 to 10 hours just goes without anything because it's mind over matter. Thank you, Professor. Amrita, I think it's time to leave Africa, leave India, leave London. Let's go to North Atlantic, the other side of the world, and into USA with our smiling Hitendraji Rana, who has got something lined up for us. Isn't it going to be enjoyable? Can we introduce Hitendra Rana to our audience? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Professor Sudhir, for giving such a beautiful insight in your experience, and that really marks up as an experience of understanding and knowing. And let's have another beautiful soul at the other end of the world from India as we move to US. Hitendra Rana. Hitendra Rana is a pioneer of Himalayan Samarpan meditation in America, founder and ex-chairperson of Sri Shiv Kripanand Swami Foundation of America, and he has received Global Peace Award for his dedication in fostering spiritual awareness globally. His commitment to promoting humanity through meditation and music is evident on his YouTube channel, Soul Satsang. He has interviewed hundreds of people from around the world. He passionately shares his wisdom while patiently listening the life stories of his guests, contributing to the spiritual enrichment of uncountable viewers. In August 2001, Hitendra met a living Sadguru, Sri Shiv Kripananda Swamiji in Montreal and who introduced him to Himalayan Samarpan meditation. And he strongly believes the only way to return a guru's favor of Guru Dakshina is by giving Guru Dakshina of spreading his knowledge of experiencing consciousness through meditation to the people around us. And he wants to fulfill his Guru's mission of Vasudev Kutumbakam by creating the single global family connected through soul. And that's what is Soul Satsang about. And here we have Hitendra Rana talking more about his assets of spirituality and his secrets of his life. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, every divine soul who is enjoying this program for last 3 hours. And we have such a great privilege on this platform of healing our earth. When we say healing our earth, we are trying to healing our humanity, because earth has been carrying the vibration of human being and every creature that is existing on the earth. So as we have learned from many people in today's program and from the internet, from YouTube, wherever we are going, we come across some living gurus, living masters, and teachers. We learn everything. It is coming from the external world to our mind. It develops our intellect, buddhi. And when we apply those knowledge, those practices, and we start gaining some experiences, or when we start gaining some success in the life, whether materialistic or spiritual, we knowingly, unknowingly start getting into the ego or ahankar. So because we are human being, and like every other creature, we also have duality. We have to go through the nature's system of day and night, season, and we have to face all the karma from past life, from this life, and we have to survive. Now, the question that comes is, how can I liberate myself from the bondages of this karma? How can I liberate myself from the stress, anxiety, all kind of things that we have been listening for last 3 hours, worries and guilt and whatnot? Meditation is the only solution. It has been the solution from centuries, and it is going to be the solution for the future. As a person who has lived more than 15 to 20 years in different countries, India, Canada, and USA, I feel that human beings are same everywhere we go. Humanity has the same problems for last 2000 plus years of our knowledge that we try to connect with religion, with wisdom from different cultures. But have you noticed that the problems that we are carrying and we are facing are not new? We are facing the same problems. We are going through the same challenges, and we are trying to resolve with the same attitude. If we keep doing the same thing with the same approach, we are bound to have the same results. But if we go inside instead of keeping all the information outside, what will happen? We will have the results like Swami Ji has taught in the meditation, and we will feel the Brahmanad, we will hear the Brahmanad. We will have the results like Sister Jayanti has taught us, and we will be able to feel the love, peace, joy, harmony, and pure consciousness, real truth at the soul level. So, are you ready to experience your soul? Are you ready to go from outer world to start your inner journey? Our outer world is the information coming through our mind. And as I mentioned earlier, mind, intellect, ego is the gift of the outer world that has been creating problem for us throughout the centuries. But the solution comes from becoming a Holy Spirit, becoming a pure soul. And that is how we are going to meditate. Are you ready?
So it's wonderful. We'll have maybe some of your style. You are going to play some music, are you?
Yes, we are going to have a music, and
it's not a copyright music, not from internet or any.
no. It is
it's your own music.
It is a free music. It is already that musical track has already been on our website, our YouTube channel, so it has been free from any copyright.
Thank you, because we are actually transmitting this episode, including your channel, onto several channels. And copyright is one thing we are very careful, because the other channels get blocked as well.
Absolutely. No, we respect that.
Enjoy.
And
Donna is already there, and we are ready. And let's have your smiling personality rubbing into your meditation, and then we can chit chat.
yes. So one thing we always have to remember, that the world has taught us that you do this, then you will get this. So it is a conditional love. It is a conditional information. But what Sister Jayanti was saying, that our soul itself has its own characteristic or nature of being love, peace, and joy itself. What does it mean? I don't have to make an effort to become something, to do something, to gain something. As we have discussed through Professor Sudhir's information also, when we are trying to use our intellect or mind, we end up putting an effort. But if we stop putting the effort, what will happen? We will become who we are. And that is what meditation is all about.
You are very right. When we are young, we go to nursery, then we are told how to behave. Our parents tells us how to behave. Of course, they mean well. Then our teachers in the primary and secondary tell us what we should be doing. Then the media and the politician tell us what we want to be. So when can we ever be ourselves? So release your soul and listen to your inner self. When you got peace of mind, which is called sukoon, then you are more richer than a rich person, a clever person, intellectual person. Absolutely right. Go ahead.
Thank you. One more thing that I would like to add is, apart from learning everything that our parents, our society, our workplace, our university has taught us, have you noticed some words that we use in the language? We say, I fell asleep. You don't say that I got into sleep. I achieved state of sleep. I say we fell asleep. And anything that happens naturally is like love. I fell in love. You don't say that I attempted and I won the love. So meditation, I'm going to fall into meditation naturally. I'm not going to use my mental awareness. I'm going to lose my mental awareness, and I'm going to allow my consciousness, my chetana from within to become active and show its lila, so its play of consciousness through this meditation. So can we have the meditation track played? When we are playing the meditation track, what we want to do is keep our attention on the crown chakra. We have heard Sister Jayanti was talking about the Agya chakra, which was here. The meditation method that I have learned from my Himalayan gurus, he taught us to go on the crown chakra simply because he says that the door, Dasam Dwar, what we call, to our existence of this physical body is the crown chakra. Our soul, our consciousness enters through this door when we were in the mother's womb during the first trimester. So we want to go back to that level so that by putting the attention there, we will slowly open up the doors to the heaven. And that is what, when we say kingdom of heaven, it is the kingdom of joy, love, and peace that is going to allow you to connect with the universal consciousness. So keep that in mind. And anytime your attention goes into the thought, you say that I am here in the present moment. I am nowhere else. Another thing that I want to add is I was there with you guys during the Guru Purnima time, and I mentioned that my guru is from Himalayas. His name is Sri Shiv Krupananda Swamiji. Today, I am bringing the gift directly from him, his own voice. He is going to chant with us in this meditation track. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul. मैं एक शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ, मैं एक पवित्र आत्मा हूँ. So we will have Hindi and English both in this track. You are going to enjoy it. So if your mind keeps wandering here and there, you can repeat that mantra again. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul, because I want to focus on my soul consciousness. So that's why we are using this. Okay. So let's have the meditation track. Thank you. Keeping our chitta, attention on the crown chakra.
मैं एक पवित्र आत्मा हूँ। मैं एक शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ। मैं एक पवित्र आत्मा हूँ। मैं एक शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ। मैं एक पवित्र आत्मा हूँ। मैं एक शुद्ध आत्मा हूँ। I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul.
Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. We can come out of the meditation.
And how soothing it was, pleasant. And this is the power of meditation.
Absolutely.
When you are in a right spot, you breathe correctly, and the resonations of the sound that hits your body. That's why we practice with Om. You know, you take a breath in, and the resonance actually calms you down. So soothing. You saw Professor Sudhir actually enjoyed. You saw Seema, you know, she almost dozed off, so she switched her screen off and she's back again here. Seema, what was your experience?
I love incorporating music with meditation. I think music has its own frequency,
Absolutely.
and every chord, every note has its own frequency. And it seems like the frequency of these musical notes were designed specifically to enhance and take us into a state of meditation. And having the affirmations, the I am affirmations, while focusing on the Sahasrara or the crown chakra, it reinforces your state of being. You know,
Very
it's a means of reinforcing your state of being and taking you into a deeper level of meditation. I'm sure such meditations done over a period of time can bear great fruit and self-awareness.
And together with the music, if there is a soothing voice guiding you as well, then you get into it, because the noise we are aware with, ambient noise that goes on with traffic and everything. And at the other end, Scotland, Sam went completely into it because Sam loves everybody's outrage. He's a master himself. Sam, what did you feel while it was happening? What was going on in your mind?
But problem with, we all want to go to spirituality. If you go to church or temple or gurdwara, you won't go to spirituality. To go to spirituality, first you have to do, you need yoga and you need meditation. Yoga is like a stang yoga, where you niyam, yam, niyam, asana, pranam, patara, dharana, dhyan, and samadhi. To do that, to bring your mind in focus. That would make your meditation easier. And also doing Khichdi Mudra. If you roll your tongue back up the way, that your mind doesn't go outward, go inward. Then you can focus more on yourself. That's what, for connecting with your soul. Once you connect with your soul, you find the God within you. Then you know same God just in every one of you. Then we all become, the world won't have a war. There will be peace all around. We all be connected in some form or other. But that was excellent. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
You said it so well, and it is very true. It is a step-by-step process, but I can assure you one thing, that we are all coming with different life experiences and different spiritual level as a soul in this conversation together from different part of the world. And we have gone through different level of yama, niyam, asan, pranayam, pratyahar, and it encompasses, today's program is encompassing people from all different level. You can pick and choose whatever you like, whatever you want to use from variety of information that has been shared and practices that has been shared. So if you are at the body level, if you are at the mind level, or if you are at the jiva or spirit level, then you will absorb that level of information. But ultimate, as we have learned from the wisdom of our ancestors, and from any culture, from anywhere in the world, the wisdom will always connect you with the universe, with the nature. As once you become pure consciousness or soul, then only we will be able to connect with the higher level. Meaning that at that level, you have to filter out all the information that we are getting through our body, mind. But again, as you said, body with the yoga and physical health is also equally important, because without human body, you cannot have that level of high consciousness. Without human body and human mind, we cannot have the experience of all the good and bad, right and wrong karma that we are facing. And then you have to make mistake and you have to unlearn everything that you have learned from the society, from the books, from the scripture, then only you will become a soul. So becoming a soul is very important. And if you are lucky, right time will come in your life when something like this will happen. And you will take it, you will absorb it. That's a very beautifully said, Sam. Thank you.
And Hitendra, what we learn from what Sam said and what you said, you don't have to go to temple, mandir, church, synagogue, anywhere. Your soul is your temple. If you go to the purity of your soul, then you become a powerful entity, and that allows you to grow and find the peace of the mind. And going to a temple is okay. Going to a church, you meet people, you find nice energy. If you can't, the temple lies within your soul. So it's so beautiful. Sneha, do you agree with that?
I totally agree, Neil Kumar. It was beautiful. And they say that when you pray to God, you are talking to God, but when you meditate, God is talking to you. And that was what happens. Yeah.
That is very
And
true.
there was a
Because
piece. Sorry, you go ahead.
somebody who was a guest speaker before, she said very beautifully, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये कहो मुश्किलों से मेरे खुदा से बढ़कर कोई और नहीं है. Meaning that don't go and complain through prayers and asking for the favor from God, that give me this and my problems are big, I have this sickness, I have that problem, but rather tell the world, tell that body, tell that mind, tell that intelligence that is trying to disturb you, and tell that my God is higher than you, and that God is sitting inside us in the form of our soul, our Atma. And once you realize that, then believe me, good and bad time, right and wrong time, it is all same. Sthita Prajna Sthiti that we learned in the Gita is something that you attain automatically. And once you become consciousness, as Sudhirji was saying about Sister Jayanti, your body will perform its functions at its body level. Your chitta will control your mind. You will become the master of your mind. So you don't even have to worry what is wrong or what is right and how I will do it. It naturally happens because you become joy, you become happiness, you become love, and it is flowing through your vibration. You don't have to tell people that I want to get this and I am this, please listen to me, please respect me. No, you don't have to ask for it. You are becoming and you are showing and exuding that energy, light, vibration, whatever you say. Isn't that true, Snehaji?
Yes, and Hitendra and Sneha, just before you go ahead, I tell everybody that when you think you've got a problem, you haven't got a problem. You have been offered an opportunity to find a solution. Because finding a solution is jumping through a hurdle. The more hurdle you jump, the more higher and faster you'll be able to jump. So do ask God, give me more problems because I'm going to find a solution. And Hitendra, as you said, no problem is bigger than my God. So am I worried? No, I will dwell into my soul and be connected to the Almighty. Sneha, do you think that's right way of looking at it? No problems.
I think, am I unmuted, yeah?
Yes, you are unmuted, you are live.
Okay. So, yes, I totally agree. And what Hitendraji was saying, it's basically what I alluded to earlier, that God is within us. And when we meditate, we connect to that powerful source energy, and we are co-creators. We create our reality with our thoughts, our emotions, how we show up in the world. And after you have that connection, which clearly Sister Jayanti has it, is you don't have to worry about anything because you can manifest without even trying. Things start to appear in your life. You have alignment. I've seen some things in my life where I don't even have to do anything, and opportunities open, doors open, people come, invitations come.
Exactly.
So it's just getting our frequency in alignment and knowing that we have this inner power I don't like the word power, but you understand it's the source energy that we connect to.
Yeah,
So
it is
thank you.
synchrony. The alignments brings the opportunities and things start happening. You don't have to, like this program itself, bringing so many people on one platform. It is happening. We are not doing anything. When we understand that, then the magic will start appearing.
So
Lataji,
let's
Lataji.
carry on continuing creating magic here. Stay around because we are still now in the USA leg here where we are going to welcome our Seema Bhatia, who is here in London. She is a celebrity chef and a kitchen episode producer at Healing Our Earth. So Seema, global namaste to you first.
Very warm global namaste. What a wonderful session we're having today. Yoga and meditation, going within and becoming one with the divine.
And it's beautiful.
I
Seema, if you could correct your sound, there is a lot of background noise. So if you could go in a quiet area and we'll come back to you. And meanwhile, let's welcome another senior host at Healing Our Earth, the beautiful Sharon, who is not only an exquisite artist, she has got affinity not just to Kathak and classical dances. She is a producer and a film director as well. And quantum chi is something she loves. And shortly, she's going to share some ideas with us within a couple of months. Sharon, global namaste to you and welcome.
Global namaste, Neil and everyone. Jitendra, Seema, everybody out there. It's a pleasure to be with you today, as always.
And Sharon, stay around because we are going to chit chat with Team Bit later. And we have also got another special guest that you have dropped in, Vishnu Datta, who is full of information. But right now, we will go to Seema. And Seema, let's talk more about Paul Tavares, who is a young, dynamic person, Seema, and he's new to Healing Our Earth, but he's not new to the world of spirituality and coaching and mindfulness and everything. And Paul is an empowerment, health, and well-being specialist, but he covers stress, anxiety, coaching, counseling. Maybe Seema, you can tell us more about Paul. And Paul, global namaste to you as well.
thank you, Mr. Kumar. Very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth, Paul. And I've always been of the belief that science and spirituality has always contradicted each other. And it is so fascinating to see someone like you, a scientist, a lecturer in biochemistry, who teaches empowerment and well-being. You're always interested in enhancing the human state, and you have created a modality for just that. You enhance health, people's state of mind, strength of body, controlling their emotions, and through a process of your power meditations. How fascinating and inspiring it is. I had the great opportunity of virtually connecting with Paul a couple of months ago, where he very kindly invited me onto his YouTube channel to speak a little bit about nutrition and Ayurvedic nutrition. And we've been saying we'll connect on a personal level. And just last week we met, and I was fascinated to know that this young gentleman teaches martial arts and also Qigong. And automatically when you spoke of Qigong, the first name that came to my mind was Sharon Rose. And I said, you must connect with Sharon Rose. I'm a member of Healing Our Earth, and why don't you come onto our platform? She's a wonderful lady. She spent time in India with Sitara Devi. And Paul said, oh, that would be wonderful. And I can see Sharon Rose here. And it's just so beautiful how our platform has so much synergy and brings people together. Don't you agree, Sharon?
Totally, I totally agree.
It is so great.
How many years now have we been doing this?
Since the pandemic, and we have so many people who've connected. It's on Friendship Day, I'd like to say today, we've made so many connections through this platform, and making those connections has also enhanced our well-being in many ways and many facets of our lives. You know, it's been wonderful. And I am so intrigued by both of you. Paul, you have an ancestral background that hails from my very own country of birth, Kenya. I believe your parents were from Kisumu. You were born and raised in the United Kingdom. Sharon, you are in Denver, not in Denver, in Crestmore, in Colorado. I'm seated here in the UK, and you know, we're just connecting through this platform. Now, Paul, tell us a little more about yourself. I'm sure Sharon would love to know how you, as a scientist and a lecturer in biochemistry, delved into the world of enhancing the human state, coaching, meditating, teaching martial arts, and so much more that you do on the health and well-being and holistic side of things.
Oh, well, firstly, thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, Seema, and really enjoying the talks, although I've been silent, but in the background, I've really enjoyed all the talks and all the meditations. I've been here since 2 o'clock and I've really enjoyed everything. I got into all this because I grew up in an area which was quite heavily ridden with crime. And so I learned martial arts to protect myself from being physically beaten and mugged. And that being said, I still felt quite traumatized because at a deeper level, something like that can affect you emotionally, mentally, and even at the spiritual level. So I decided to look into meditation. And at the time, and it's very humbling for all of you to call me young, but at the time we only had cassettes, tapes, and that's all we had. There was no internet. There was no way of really finding meditation. So I used audio tapes, cassettes, and I got really deep into it. And eventually I found teachers, masters, shifus, gurus, senseis, so many people who were really so happy to guide me and take me through processes that helped to enhance me and bring out the very best in me. So I followed a passion and an interest in science, but I also knew that it's only one model of reality. How can one model of reality have all the answers and one idea from one group of human beings? So I looked at ways to understand the universe myself through meditation, to attending some yoga classes, and Tai Chi and Qigong and Xingyi, which are the internal arts that complement the Gong Fu and the harder martial arts like karate. So I was just fascinated by all of this and really looked at what was missing in science. What is the placebo effect really? Is it just your imagination? Or are we just sidelining things? And that is why I don't call meditation meditation. I call it power meditation, because it doesn't, in my opinion, do it enough justice.
That in itself is so powerful, what you said. That power meditate, I call meditation power meditation, because it doesn't do itself enough justice. Now, Paul, you have been in the UK since birth, and you run a number of corporate events, and you run a number of classes, and you meet a lot of people. Just to sum it up in one sentence, what is through exploring this path as a scientist and a lecturer in biochemistry, you delved into a totally different area. What has been your biggest experience or growth in this holistic field, I would call it, of wellness and well-being? To sum it up in one sentence, how would you sum that up for Sharon and I?
I would sum that up as balance, but it has to be the ultimate complement of balance. And when I think of balance myself, I think of well-being, gentleness, and tenderness, but also tenacity, strength, power, resilience. That's the true complement of balance.
When you use the words tenacity, strength, and power, this brings me automatically to you, Sharon, because I always see you as an embodiment of the Devi, of Durga, where you express yourself through the medium of dance, and you have that Shakti and that tenacity and that power and that resilience within you. Isn't it interesting how the different art forms, martial arts or Indian dance art forms, bring in this power, bring in this Shakti and allow us to reach into levels of our being that we never knew existed within us.
The experience of myself coming from deep immersion in Indian classical dance and Kathak, living with Sitara Devi, and also many years of yoga, Iyengar style, and meditation. I first started, when was that? Meditating in about 1972 through the transcendental meditation, and then went on to many, many different traditions. And as you know, the last 7 years I've been focusing on Qigong and Tai Chi and Taoism, and also ancient Egypt and the Hebrew traditions and all of these, and the correspondences between, look, we have Shakti, we have Chi. The correspondences between the essence of all of these traditions, this nature of mind work. This has been my path, to really balance, harmonize my mind, so that the thoughts, as my Tibetan teacher Namkhai Norbu Rinpoche said, the mind, the nature of mind, it's not just we're going into like no thought. The nature of mind is to have thought. These waves of thought arise, they manifest, they flower, and then they dissolve back into source awareness. And what we as meditators work to do is to allow that to happen, rather than be aware of the thoughts, but rather than allow them to build and grow and drive us crazy, just to let them dissolve and relax into that beautiful, what we call flow.
Mm-hmm.
You know about that in Tai Chi, in Qigong. And speaking of martial arts, in Quantum Chi, which we are working very hard now to complete finally, we talk about Qigong, especially the flowing meditative aspects, the inner healing aspects, because we're bringing Qi constantly in this fluid, beautiful, graceful manner. I associate with maybe Saraswati, that kind of beautiful flow. We're working to bring that yin and yang, that balance within us all. And that, many of the teachers talk about how that is really the essence of all the martial arts.
Yeah.
And for me, that flow is also the essence of dance. And so at this point, I'm starting to integrate. I feel in some ways more graceful because of the Qigong practice, because it really, Kathak is very fast and quick turns, but the Qigong is just like, empty your mind, allow the contracted, distracted, restless mind to rest in silence, in stillness, and in spaciousness, which really I think is the essence of meditation, resting. And we've been talking about that today, source awareness.
So Qigong, you would say, is a lot more meditative. Am I right?
Oh, it's one of the, as one of the masters in quantum Shi says that there was he's at Wudang now monastery, and he said that none of these great masters would allow you to spar, to do the fight, until you had learned meditation, because it's the root of it all. You have to be centered, balanced, harmonized, and relaxed, so that when an opponent comes at you, you're able to work with that energy, because Qigong is all about working with that Shakti, working with that Qi, working with the energy of yourself and the others in the outer world. So meditation all stems from that deep, deep levels of meditation. And also what's interesting, you know, in Qigong, we have the dantians, the elixir fields. So 3 instead of 7, or someplace 10, someplace 12. But there are a lot of meditations, just like there are meditations on the chakras. There's meditations also on these dantians, and bringing the light, the Shakti, up through the body into these dantians, and having it flow through, just like we do with the chakra meditations. So there's a lot of parallels.
Thank you, Sharon. We are going to carry on continuing in a moment. Shortly, we want to go to Vishnu Datta in USA. Vishnu Datta, if you can landscape your video, so you are like all of them, your portrait at the moment, and we'll come back to you in a moment. Sarah, you had a comment, and then I've got a comment for Paul. So Sarah, you made a comment because it is your desire and your wish, as when Paul started. Go ahead, make your comment.
Well, it was just fascinating because what you said, Paul, about bringing science as thinking of it as one modality, right? I know there are many modalities within science, but if you saw it as one modality, and then you looked at the other side, the holistic side, the well-being side, I think of it as, yeah, our human power, our vibrational energy side that can't always be explained by science because it just is. It's always been since I was in my 20s, and I'm now 30, 40 years older than that. But since I was in my 20s, it's always been my wish that why can't we as humans just see the two things as completely complementary to each other, rather than, oh no, it's not science-based, oh, it's holistic-based. And it's like the yin and the yang rather than a collaborative, you know? Yeah, so it made my heart sing when I heard you say that.
No, you know, Sarah, that's such an interesting point. I mean, I would do studies as a project manager on people who had depression, anxiety, and look at the genetic basis. And interestingly, we'd give some of them a placebo, which if no one has heard of that before, it's a pill that contains nothing, just sugar. And some of those people would get better. So interestingly, with the Tai Chi, the Qigong, or even the harder martial arts, we get people to go into a state where they can break through a piece of wood with ease, or break through tiles with their bare hands. And one of my first teachers, who was a real Shifu from China, and it was a pleasure to learn from her. She was a master of the snake form. So she showed me, she said, if you do this every day, you'll crush walnuts with your bare hand. And as a really young person, when I first started, and I started as a teenager, I've been doing this for 30 years now and teaching for perhaps 20. But she said, I can crush walnuts with my bare hand. I said, no, you can't. And she got one and she crushed it with her bare hand. And I thought, wow, okay, I'm learning as much as I can from you while I can.
And Paul, Sarah mentioned something very important, complementary, what we classify now as integrated as well, because we want to integrate a lot of, because there is Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, they're falling in love with each other. So there is a new trend that is happening. So at Healing Our Earth, we have got Sharon Rose, we've got Keith Sharp, who is actually going to lead. And then we've got others who is leading for. He was here earlier. Seema will actually integrate. Again, she will integrate you with all these people. While I've got you on the line here, Sarah, Sam, Paul, Seema, you can lead the way. Because these are all people in London or in UK. Sam is in Scotland. Maybe it's time for us to find a nice integrated yoga, meditation, Tai Chi, Qigong, and very simple meditative way. And in hiring small hotels where more people can attend, Sarah is already involved in certain things, so she will tell you more about it. Sarah, keep in touch with the lead here, Seema. I will pass Seema your number on this occasion. Maybe, Paul, we can explore a mini retreats in UK and see how it goes, and right up to Scotland where Sam is. Sam is actually used to those kind of things because he actually has an island, complete island that he has donated to the world's top yoga guru, Swami Ramdev. And Sam is part of our gang, Healing Our Earth. He's also a personal friend. So let us explore idea. We are not in a rush, but I think for 2025, Seema, you can lead, and maybe this can culminate into Seema Africa Safari retreats where all of them can collect together. So live here, Seema, let's get going into talking. So the beautiful part is we would have London, Midlands where Kirit is, up north where Sarah is, and right far north is where Sam is. So we have covered. And Naveen, who will be coming shortly, who loves Ayurveda, but he loves Vedic and yoga and meditation too. He frequently travels 5 countries in Europe. Shortly, we'll be bringing him. So let us explore this idea of integrating friendship from different areas, then integrating yoga, meditation, Tai Chi, Qigong. Kit, who is up in north, would love it. So that's my request to you all. Seema, you will lead that. Shortly, we're going to Vishnu Datta, where again, he's so dynamic. I mean, if we were to tell the world he's a teacher, he's a writer, he's a poet, he's a philosopher, he's a visionary. And in fact, in a simple form, he's a wonderful soul. Sharon will be telling us, stay around, we will chit chat again with each other, form friendship. After Vishnu, our next 15 minutes, Sharon, we chit chat with Vishnu and others, and then we go to Naveen and we come back to Vishnu and Paul. So Seema, thank you for bringing Paul. Paul, you are a wonderful soul. We have got one question to ask you, but we'll ask in the next round. And Sharon, over to you, to Vishnu Datta.
Well, let me introduce my dear friend, Vishnu. He and his wonderful, beautiful wife, Brahmi, have really spent their lives exploring spiritual traditions. As Neil said, he's a teacher, writer, poet, philosopher, visionary. He studied and practiced in all the major spiritual traditions. He has important teachers in Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, Friar Thomas Keating, Sheikh Noor al-Jarahi, the Dalai Lama, Ma Amritananda Mayi, Avatar Mayor Baba, and immortal root guru Sri Punti. Tell me, Vishnu, how do you pronounce his name?
Sri Punitacharya Maharaj. And thank God he has this affectionate name as Bapu. So
Bapu is a very traditional name for somebody who is leading people, or a guru, or somebody very senior. So yes, Vishnu, you're very right. That would be a very good nickname to use, Patnan. Yes.
We'll do that.
Yes.
Yes, so Vishnu and his wife of 40 years founded Sanctuary House in 1994, and for 10 years built a multi-faith retreat center in Crestone, Colorado, with a Jewish Christian shrine room, a Buddhist Zen shrine room, a Hindu Vedic shrine room, and a Sufi Muslim shrine room, all centered by the labyrinth of Chartres in its original 64-foot diameter and oriented toward Crestone Peak, the most sacred mountain in the world for the Hopi peoples. Vishnu was made a Swami by Bapu in 2002, and he teaches Sahaj Dhyan Yoga in Rishikesh 6 months of the year. So all of you in India, he will be coming to India soon, and it would be wonderful for him to meet our beautiful family there.
Yes,
Namaste.
Sharon, we should introduce Vishnu to the Rotarian Lal Gohel, but particularly to Vaishali Acharya, our communications lead, because she is very much into Sahaj Yoga in a big way. So how wonderful that Vishnu and Vaishali can create a session which will be so musical, meditative, and it'll be so nice. Vishnu, can you flip your camera so it's landscape, so we get the more of your smile, please?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm just on my cell phone.
Aha, if you just take it and flip it. You use your meditative power and just swing it.
Right. This way.
Like that.
Yes, and now, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
there you
Don't
are.
change it.
Yes.
Don't change it. Now we can see your mala, we can see everything, and now, yes, you are a Swami, so beautiful. Vishnu, just before you start, and a global namaste and a big welcome to you at Healing Our Earth, because this family actually collects people from different part of the earth, and it is a temple or a synagogue or a church or whatever you like to call, with no windows and doors. I love that you've got a multi-faith 64 diameter place over there. Tell us a bit more about it. How come you ended up in Crestone, up there in the mountains in Colorado?
Crestone is the kind of place where virtually everybody here has a very interesting story of how they ended up in this multi-faith community with maybe 25 different spiritual centers at the dead end of a road at the foot of Sacred Mountains. So my wife and I found out about Crestone from a friend, and she very eagerly and I quite reluctantly came to this place in the western slope of Colorado, which, I mean, when I got here in 1994, the population was 164. But we could go on and on about Crestone, and I definitely felt divinely guided here, as did my wife. We both did, of course.
Vishnu, I don't blame you. We love Crestone because Sharon over the 4 years has been bringing and showing us the mountain views of Colorado and so many people. Vishnu, while you are there, a very important person, another person that Sharon will facilitate you in your group is Hitendra Rana here from North Carolina. He's from a Soul Satsang group, and I think you two should get together and expand your multi-faith ideas that you have got. So Hitendra, please say hello to Vishnu here.
Global Namaste. Hello, Vishnuji.
For over 40 years, you know, I mean, he's got long history over there. He's a Swami now and follows his Bapu over there. So Sharon, if you could, through Amrita, create a group again with team. Remember what we are planning, and please include Danada, because then in Texas, Vishnu can be with you. Sharon actually took another soul at one of the Ayurveda conference, and the people loved it because the ethnic people saw the indigenous people actually enjoying the Indian affinity and everything, Vishnu. So Sharon, I just wanted to introduce Hitendra over here. Take it away for next 10 minutes before we go to Naveen, and we'll come back to you. Thank you and global namaste.
You. We will reconnect. We already have the group, so we will reconnect. And thank you, Swami Vishnu Datta.
Okay, Gurudev. Thank you.
So Vishnu has done a tremendous amount for this community, building that center, which now belongs to our dear Dr. Kim Engard, who's come on many times. And I was there the other day. It's very beautiful right now. And not only that, before we talk about meditation, I want to mention also that he created what was called the Camino de Vaca, where people came and they could experience meditation and the practices of all these different centers. So here we are, we're always talking, and you know, my work based deeply in Indian classical dance and music, yet from that perspective, that deep immersion, I've looked at all these traditions to find what we have in common. And Vishnu has done a very similar thing. So talk to us about that.
I remember in the 1990s, perhaps, my wife and I saw The Power of Myth, an interview by Bill Moyers of Joseph Campbell, and realizing that, you know, these sacred traditions are all, in a sense, woven from the same thread, different colors, different shapes. But it was so, it just filled us, you know, with such confirmation that, you know, these different paths to, as my Sheikh Faria said, paths of return. They're all returning. We are returning to not the same place, because place suggests geography, but the same greatness, the same fullness that has not ever begun and will not ever end. So Sanctuary House, which was this, the name we gave to this interreligious, interfaith, interspiritual creation that took us 10 years to build and enact, all centered by the labyrinth of Chartres, which to me is, well, it's the finest walking meditation I can imagine, and is a morphogenic field, meaning that one can walk this. That's not a maze, it's a labyrinth. Walk to the center, and all the intelligences, all the intention, all the depth, all the joy and release that has ever accompanied anyone who has walked that labyrinth in any location in the world. It's possible to access all that beauty, all that depth, all that potency, all that intention, all that reality by walking the labyrinth of Chartres. And so we created something that was intuiting or pointing to this fullness. I like to think of the divine as the wholeness. It's easier for me to come closer to the sense that it never began and it never changes, even though it holds all change. And it never completes itself, because it's infinitely and eternally and deftly complete in everything that it holds. And so in Sanctuary House, we honored these great traditions, these great paths of return, which we had experienced and studied. And I want to share that this is not an eclectic sensibility that we tried to enact, but when one entered, say, the Sufi Muslim shrine room, that one would feel the impulses of all that is this great tradition when one entered, that there would be, because we did zikr there every week for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, that when you enter such a shrine room, it's alive. And so one is receiving a fractal, if you will, a holon, a holistic fractal of the wholeness of life.
What I really love is it's bringing all them together, seeing all the common threads of all these traditions, yet really honoring and respecting each tradition in turn, rather than making a mishmash.
Exactly, because mishmash is one of negativity's talents, to put everything together and make it all dazzle or make it all seem important, but it doesn't draw us in. When we talk about yoga and meditation, I think Patanjali is really such a gift, because we can see that what the world calls yoga, hatha yoga, yoga asanas, is just the third limb on his tree. I don't mean to say just, but it is really, in my orientation of meditation, it is a preparation for meditation, as is pranayama, though excellent teachers have really done a lot with pranayama in terms of deep release and deep internal experience. But in this 8 limbs of yoga, in this tree, the middle limb, or toward them, the 5th limb, pratyahara, is really the limb of integration, integrative maturity, to start to realize that everything that we consider external is really based on our own heart and mind, our own internal realization, and also, as was mentioned, our own internal karmas or samskaras, the impressions that we still carry with us. And that the final 3 of these limbs, dhyan, dharan, dhyan, and samadhi, these apply to meditation. And finally, in a way, in samadhi, to be meditated. And that the whole universe is oriented, all of life is oriented to bring us inward. And if we can let that happen, that dharana will automatically lead to the state of dhyan, the state of meditation. And I'm going to draw a dotted line here, if you'll allow me, because again, there are thousands of meditations, and I am convinced that Patanjali is talking about the state of meditation, which is like a state of matter, like superfluidity or superconductivity, where the properties actually change and something eternal and infinite starts to seep in. Because the state of meditation is not just reading a newspaper and, oh, that's my meditation, not just taking a walk in the woods and saying, oh, I feel closer to nature. The state of meditation is actually a mental field. Rumi says, they're out beyond the walls, it's a field, beyond right and wrong, and I'll meet you there. So there is still in the state of meditation some sense of duality, But the dualistic nature is so minor in its presence, and really the state of adamantine firmness, more alertness than in the waking state, and far more rest and peace and balance than in the sleep state. So that the state of meditation is the entree to infinity, which is samadhi, sama, evenness, dihi, intellect, the evenness of intellect, which the Gita says, Kinchita Pita Gita, even a moment of this Dharma releases one from all fear. Because then in samadhi, one realizes that the I is not bound, that the mind is quiet. And for the first time, I watch the mind without any activity, and that is a shoreless ocean. And its nature is utter bliss.
True bliss, true bliss. And that's what we feel when we're doing what I consider sacred dance and qigong, and this movement where you are in a complete meditative state and allowing that flow to continue. It's such a state of bliss and joy and grace. I really, Seema, and Paul, would you like to ask some questions or speak to what Vishnu's been telling us? It's been so beautiful.
Vishnu has a wealth of wisdom. I'm just so much in awe with everything you've shared with us, and your experience and how you moved to Crestor. And what captivated me the most was the labyrinth. I've never walked a labyrinth before. I've seen images of a labyrinth, but I've never experienced a walking meditation, and that really caught me, because that is something I would love to experience.
Well, Seema, actually, you're reminding me that if I could put in a nutshell what took us to Crestone, it was a labyrinth of Chartres. We wanted to create one where we lived in Old Snowmass in Colorado, another paradise. But it was moving to Crestone that actually allowed us to do that. And we did it. I worked with a sacred geometer, the late Bobby Troutman, and we built forms to pour the labyrinth. That's why it's so exact. We did it within 1/8 of an inch, so that its originality, the original impression would be there as much as possible through the medium, the science, if you will, the subtle science of sacred geometry. And I'm convinced that the labyrinth of Chartres is encyclopedic, that it holds, that it's musical, and I've not heard anybody on the planet so far really investigate that possibility, and that it imitates the spiritual journey that every soul makes. And it's so positive and potentially joyful because we're putting one foot in front of the other. And again, it's not a maze. There aren't wrong turns. But we are walking the morphogenic field of the spiritual journey that every soul is invited to make, and that obviously some souls, those great ones in our hearts, and we ourselves, God willing, will make fully in this lifetime. And so when we come to the center, we can, after a meditative process, you can run it or you can skip it, but I like to walk it slowly and reaffirm my intention. And then in the center, you can request something that you feel is lacking, something that has not yet been revealed to you, something that is your next step. Or, equally powerful, you can let go of something that is no longer useful, that is a burden, that you're tired of dragging around. And then we walk out intentionally. And I think that is the joyful part, because we're coming back, just like Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. We're going in to the union with the beloved, basically. That's the potential. And walking out in an integrative modality to share whatever we were given with the world. And then we can walk it again and again. So I invite you. We walked it, we had the pleasure, the honor of walking it in Chartres Cathedral in its original location. And who knows how old it is. And it was one of 2 or 3 or 4 days where the chairs were removed. I mean, most people don't even realize it's there in Chartres. And from the first footfall, as my wife entered the labyrinth, she began to feel the presence, the intimacy, the potency of what she felt were, all the people who had walked this before her. So it is there are thousands of meditations. I'm sure there are dozens of, maybe hundreds of walking meditations. And the labyrinth of Chartres is a container field that, in a sense, has laid out the most potent way, if you will, from here to there, that we can imagine. And I would really hope that people with sacred geometry skills, mathematical skills, musical skills will really Gnostically investigate the potency of the labyrinth of Chartres.
Thank you, Swami. Very, very detailed answer. Very well done. Swami, we need to move to London and Geneva, wherever Naveen is shortly in 2-3 minutes. Just before that, Seema will take your comment a bit later. You mentioned Patanjali. Well, who better than the Patanjali lead, one of the leads here in UK, Sam, who is a part of our team. Sam, Patanjali, compliments. What would you like to say to Swami? 1 minute, please.
What Swamiji said about meditation, we all are in some kind of yogic path, but different level.
Yeah.
Depending which level you are, meditation becomes easier. Got me? Muladhara, Swadhisthana, solar plex, heart, throat, third eye, and the crown chakra. We all are, depending through yoga, you can find out, and your aura changes as well. And once you become higher up, meditation becomes easier. That's what I found in my journey. I don't know how far I've reached either. I might have come there only, but I find meditation became easier. When I started, I couldn't do it. My mind kept wandering around. But then now slowly I'm getting deeper into it because of reading my chakras. Through the pranayama, yoga, that's what we're doing. So thank you very much. That was lovely talk, Thank you.
And Sam, I can speak for you because I know you when you didn't know yoga. To the moment you are now, you are doing very well because you are a lead, and Swamiji personally loves you from India and trusts you to lead in different countries as well. Sam, stay around. I think we need to change Swami Vishnudatta's name. From his attire, from his presence and a peace of mind, I think he's a Bapu as well from now. So at Healing Our Earth, you are a Bapu because you bring that flair and a panache and air of energy Well, we'll ask others what we think. Let's ask our young new find over here, Paul Tavares, who is a multi-coach over here. Paul, how did you feel when Bapu was talking? I'm going to call him Bapu now, because look at the presence he's bringing. Okay, Paul, what did you think?
I really, really enjoyed the talk, and especially the way you describe navigating the labyrinth, because I look at the world as a map, just like the human body has chakras, meridians, whatever you want to call them, energy centers and lines. So does the planet. It has ley lines, and those lines were traversed by many beings from the past. So what you're describing here is something that I would love to experience myself.
And Paul, coming from someone trend-setting like you in London, that's a huge compliment. And yes, Seema, let's facilitate, put Paul in touch with Swami. You are in the same loop as Sharon and everything. Let's grow our family, because the Indian ethos is we are all one family on the earth. So let's practice that by doing that. And shortly, like I said, we'll be visiting Naveen just in a couple of minutes. He is going to give us the key to eternal health. He says that it is Purusha and Prakruti. And he's going to show us the key. So Naveen, we are going to come to you. Let's go to Hitendra Rana, who is also a Swami, because he is a soul satsang Swami. Do you agree that I think Vishnu Datta should not be called Swami anymore? He is a Bapu at Healing Our Earth. What do you think?
Yes, I believe that it is the grace of Bapu that made Vishnu Datta ji Swami Vishnu Datta. So when you come with the love from your master, from your guru, automatically that vibration, that energy flows through you. And you become Bapu yourself, or what we call Swami or Baba, or whatever fatherly figure who is compassionate enough to treat others as their own child, as one family. I would say that first comes Aham Bhav, that is what is Ahankar. Then comes Samabhav, that puts everybody in one equal level, Samadrasti. And then comes the Shiva Bhav. So that makes us from Jiv to Shiv, from an ordinary person to the soul being. And that is what I see in Swami Vishnu Datta, that with all his work and all what wisdom he shared with us, he is like a Bapu. He has the Samadrasta vision, that he see everybody equal in what he presented and what he's doing in his practical life. So of course, Bapu is a suitable name too.
Thank you, Hitendra. And because you are in the USA, as is Sharon, as is Tanada, let's grow our family and let's integrate our knowledge. I love it that the local population, local indigenous people have gone out and learned the Sanatan Dharma, the Indian culture. I mean, the knowledge they've accumulated, they had to earn it by actually going deep into it. We were born into it, so we are complacent and we take it just easy. So I love the deep knowledge they've accumulated, and Naveen would go for it because, for more than 50 years, he loves the Vedic knowledge. He's an Ayurveda Ved Acharya, but he also loves the Indian culture. Just Naveen, before we come to you, Seema, are you going to enter the labyrinth now? You can unmute yourself.
Of course, after what Swamiji has shared with us, I don't think there's any reason why I shouldn't enter a labyrinth, and I would feel very, very inspired to do so.
So you got the key from Bapu to enter the labyrinth.
Absolutely.
Who is in his deep meditation right now, because the energy collected by all of us has actually rubbed into here. And this is what Healing Our Earth does. It's just like a Ganga river, the sea or a river or a lake or whichever part you are at. Take a dive into Ganga. You feel fresh. You feel relieved. It's wonderful. Well, from a key to the labyrinth, to the key to the eternal health, let's welcome Dr. Naveen Gupta. Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste to you, Neil, and everybody here, and to Bapuji, to Swamiji, to Sam, to Paul, to Sharon, to Meeta Joshi ji, for everyone here at this platform, and Seema Bhatia ji, the celebrity chef. So here I am. Let me begin with with Jai Gurudev. I've seen Sharon and Bapuji now that everybody's had gone one or the other way, meditation with Maharshi Mahesh Yogi. By the way, to everyone here, I want to tell that I'm a Maharshi Ayurveda Vaidya and have been practicing Maharshi Ayurveda for a long time with the Maharshi Ayurveda client, but I have my own practices and schools. Coming to my topic today, and I will also speak about labyrinth, which is a Kuti Praveshika Rasayana in Ayurveda, and I will elaborate on that, but let me begin with my topic today. So the art of becoming Purusha. What's Purusha? Purusha is the principle of pure consciousness, the absolute consciousness, the supreme consciousness, the art of becoming Prakriti, the principle of pure energy, principle of eternal energy. And this Purusha and Prakriti, at the beginning of the universe, with Big Bang theory, we call Panchavinshati Purusha in Ayurveda. There are 25 elements with which we are made. And Purusha, the consciousness, is the supreme one, and the Prakriti, the eternal nature, is the feminine one. Let me say, art of becoming Purusha Prakriti now, that is Shiva Shakti. The art of becoming Purusha Prakriti now, that is Rama Sita. When we say Ram and Om, meditating on the name Om and meditating on the name Ram gives the same effect. And I'll make a reference here in Sanskrit, which I will translate also, not word by word. It will take time because I teach this all over Europe where I have my schools, but I'm only translating in its essence. First, Sanskrit, please. Yatheva vat vijastha prakrstha smadrum tatheva ram mantrastha vidyate charachara jagatah. As the leaves, branches, flower, fruit of banyan tree, Vatvaraksh, are latent in its seed, likewise the universe is latent in the name Ram. I will further decompress the word Ram here. When we say Ram, R, A, M, A. This is the decompression which I did with Ram. And here you will feel that when I was saying that means at that time, you go timeless. There is no time exists at that. That's why we say Hari Om Tat Sat. We don't say Hari Om Tat Sat. We say Hari Om Tat Sat. Because this He brings us to timeless situation. And this is exactly what Ayurveda Rasayana is. And this is exactly what anti-aging is. Ram Naam Hi Rasayana hai. Means the name of Ram itself is rejuvenating and anti-aging. So I will further elaborate that. In this Ra, A, M, A, what I spoke about, the vowels and the consonants. The vowels are masculine and independent, while the consonants are feminine and dependent. And that is according to the rule of Panini grammar. So, and here when Ra comes in front of Ram, it becomes Ram. So then now I say how Ram becomes Om, because Om and Ram are same. Ra plus A is U. A again. Now Ra plus A is U. U plus A is O. O plus M is O. And this is the primordial mantra, primordial sound of the whole universe. This is how the Om is hidden in the word Ram. We know that what we call as Pranav, a Sanskrit word, which means both controller of the life source, Prana Shakti, which is the feminine, because it's Shakti, it's Durga, it's Radharani, it's Sita Mata. And life giver, the infuser of prana. So it is prana and the life, prana Shakti, both. The formula for the primordial sound mantra, which my guru, Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, I was volunteering for Maharshi Mahesh Yogi for the first time in 1979 when I was a student in Ayurveda Tibia College, Delhi University. And it is the first time Maharshi Mahesh Yogi brought all the Westerners to India, to Delhi, in Indian Express building. And I volunteered myself to, at that time, my attraction was only to see the white people. Only to see the white, how the white people look like, if I touch them, if I say hello to them. That was the only attraction at that time. I didn't know what is Holland, what is Poland. I had a little bit idea about US, that's it, London. That only 2-3 things were in my mind at that time. I was in 1979, 19 years. And so that was my first interaction with Maharshi. And I heard in my, that was my third professional year of Ayurveda medicine in Delhi University. I heard Maharshi ji saying that from Ayurveda, only Ayur is remaining. The Veda has gone out. And Neilji and all the panelists here, Swami, Bapu, Seemaji, and Hitendraji, everyone here, I want to tell that even today Veda is missing from Ayurveda. Wherever you will go all over the world, with any place, you will only see the Ayur, not the Veda. What does it mean? Means everybody is working in Ayurveda as medicine. And in medicine also, the diagnosis is made by the modern medicine people, which has a history of only 400, 500 years. While the Ayurveda has a history of 6,500 years. Where my guru, Maharshi ji, the first word of Veda is A. A expands to Agni. A expands to Om. A expands to Akshar. We have Akshardham Mandir here in Eastern. Oh, sorry, Akshardham Mandir is in Delhi, but in Eastern we have Swami Narayan Temple here. Akshar. Jiska Shai na ho, which cannot be depleted at all. That is Akshara. And so this is how Ayurveda knowledge is. And A is about Agni. Agni which expands in the whole cosmos. And this is the beauty of Veda. When we include into Ayur, that becomes Ayurveda. The knowledge, which is almost gone now. And at least in Ayurveda world, I see it that way. I'm not a critic of anybody. I'm not critical of my colleagues. But my point is that to bring the Veda, the true wisdom and knowledge into Ayurveda, while you diagnose a patient or while you treat a patient, and you have to keep on adding each and everything. And I say to my people, whichever way I can speak to my college, because all my class fellows, my juniors are principals of different colleges now. So I tell each and everybody on our other WhatsApp group platform that please teach your students that they have to make an Ayurveda diagnosis, not depending upon the diagnosis made by the allopathy doctor. And now the patient is coming to you. A patient doesn't know anything. A patient says, I'm suffering from bronchial asthma. I'm suffering from arthritis. I'm suffering from this. Do you have treatment for cancer? Do you have treatment for this disease? Do you have treatment for HIV? Do you have treatment for migraine, headache? Any myoma, hypermetrorrhagia, dysfunctional uterine bleeding, as any diagnosis you can make. I say to everybody, please take 5 to 10 minutes to your patient, not to just say that what you have been given to us, it's just like that. Please allow me to make my own diagnosis. Then I will see if it is bronchial asthma or not. Because diagnosis is, when you make the Ayurveda Nidana, in Ayurveda we say Sancham cha prakopam cha prasarastanshanshanam vakta bheda sa yoveti sa bhavet bishak. That's the definition of Ayurveda. That's the definition of the Vedya. I used to say that in the modern medicine, with respect to everybody who is hearing today, I'm not talking about those, even who are hearing today on internet, on YouTube videos. I'm not talking about those, if they are doctors at this field. I used to say that the definition of doctor somehow in Kali Yuga has become who treats his patient or her patients by entering into the pocket of the patient. Yes. Suddenly that has become the definition, and I'm sorry about it, and I'm sorry also about my voice. I'm not, no intention to hurt anybody. My beautiful friends are there. Professor Yashpal Gupta, one of the renowned plastic surgeon, was here today with me at my home. I just tell you that, and the definition of a Vedya is, it's a beautiful definition I will give to you. Who treats her patients by entering into the soul of the patient. Can you see the difference? Can you see the difference here? By entering into this, when you enter into the pocket, what type of diagnosis you will make? Because if you have a laboratory, you will send the patients to laboratory. If it is NHS, which is free of cost in UK, that means you can have any blood test or any type of test, because everybody, everything is free of cost. But I practiced and lived in Europe, Switzerland, and there is nothing comes for free there. So everybody has to pay for the test. And then the doctors are writing so many tests, and the laboratory is becoming so much rich. And in UK, we spend 192 billion pounds in 1 year. 192 billion pounds. I said to UK Prime Minister at that time, Rishi Sunak, because he didn't listen to me, that he had to go, and he went because he didn't listen to me. I said to him at one occasion, please give us 2% of 192 billion pounds and we'll reduce your medical health cost to 50%. With whom? With Sharon, with music. With whom? With Sam, sitting in Scotland and sending all the patients to Scotland, and then he has to buy another island to give it to himself, because he is also Swami now for me, and healing our earth. And Professor Sudhirji is sitting. He was so beautifully talking about Jai Gurudev, Swami, and Sudhirji. I'm associated with Maharshiji from 1971 onwards. My wife was selected as the first Mahila Vaidya for Europe and for Iowa in US in 1986. At that time, my wife was, because there were no female doctors at that time, and nowadays there are so many female doctors are coming. But trust me, when I graduated in our whole college, and I've taken a lighter note now, there were, if there are 200 students, there were only 10 girls. So you know now how many girls were demand with how many boys. So you know now yourself. 10 girls and 200 boys in 210. And now the ratio is, if there are 200, 120 are girls. But at that time, my wife was one of the, she was selected by Maharshi because she studied from Gurukula, from the Parampara. I studied at Delhi University. That's why I have the knowledge about modern medicine also, because I was in Delhi University, and Delhi University was also having a big amount of budget at that time. And so that's the, so Rishi Sunak didn't hear, he had to go. Now, if this Prime Minister will not hear, he will go also. Maybe before 5 years he will go. Because one has to listen to Veda, one has to listen to Ayurveda, one has to listen to yoga, and that will be the success of the whole world. Because only the healthy world you can rule. You cannot rule the unhealthy world. Whosoever politician may be in any part of the world cannot rule the world. Maybe can be fill up his pocket, but he can be shareholder of pharmaceutical companies from hundreds, and he could be shareholder of tobacco companies. He could be shareholder of alcohol companies. But the same people who are the shareholder of these companies, these are the same people who are like, I have an alcohol company. It's a very big company. At the same time, I'm putting 2% of the money into de-addiction so that people think that I'm a very good man. So de-addiction of smoking. I produce Philip Morris and I produce so many Marlboro, and then I say, I'm a charity. I've got charity and I do this charity work and then de-addiction of smoking. Then why you're selling it? When you're de-addiction, why you're putting first addiction, then de-addiction. So this is how in the Kali Yuga, this is the only solution for Kali Yuga as far as the health is concerned. Ashtavid Vishesh Ahara Ayatan. That means the 8 principles of eating, 8 principles of food, 8 limbs of yoga, 8 limbs of Ayurveda, Ashtanga Ayurveda, Ashtanga Yoga. That's the only solution for the whole world to become healthy. And somewhere in early 90s, in my talks in Vigyan Bhavan in Delhi, I was mentioning one time, and it was everybody listened to very in a good way, that the money is not in health. Money is not in health. Money is in disease. Money is in disease. Money is not in health. And the same way, money is not in peace. Money is in war. Money is in war. Money is in disease. And what Ayurveda is, with one sentence, Neilji, I will stop. What Ayurveda is, how I define disease, I do not know whether I define correctly or not, but I define it like that. Disease means dis-ease, disturbance in your ease. That is disease. If I'm at ease, I'm swastha. Swa, me, myself. Stha, I stay in myself. So I'm the healthy one. Health, happiness, and harmony, body, mind, and soul. And my message to this platform, to everyone who is listening, and to everyone who is not listening, come back to nature, come back to Ayurveda. Jai Gurudev, Om Shanti.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen Gupta. Very passionate. Maybe next round is to be a politician as well. It might be good as well, but just stay around. Let's now take a bit of chit chat with everybody. Before we go, Sam, you have produced some vegetables. So just for a bit of break, can you put the camera on where we see the vegetables?
What Dr. Naveen just now said, it's all start from back to nature. Just now you buy food from the shop, you think they are organic, but they're not. I grow all my vegetables myself and eat them. Today I harvested some fruit. So I'll show you another camera. Can you highlight my other camera?
Yes, we will bring the other camera over here. We just remove, stay around. We want to chit chat. We want to use the key that Naveen Gupta gave us as well. And I'm going to.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we need to see. Okay, I'm going to spotlight that. So this is what Sam has done. Sam, can you make it landscape? Sam, if you make it landscape so we can see all the vegetables. Yes, beautiful. Now you can zoom in.
Tomato, peas, cucumber, chili, broad beans, and potato. Lovely new potato. Just took about today. I'm going to have some for dinner today, This is all Ayurveda. This is how the health is promoted by eating natural food, grown and cook and eat right away, not after 3 days from the fridge. Thank you.
So Sam is practicing what he's saying. Eat the local produce. Eat the produce that is in the season which you are living in. Because that's what Ayurveda teaches you. Ayurveda says you don't have to go exotic. Ayurveda says go back to nature. What did Naveen say just now? Very simple. Go to basic nature. Nature is also wonderful. Actual nature is beautiful. Taking natural things is beautiful as well. Natural vegetables, so processed food and everything is what Naveen says. The money is in disease. Because if you create disease, you can sell a lot of pharma products. If you can.
It's all about Satogun, Tamogun, and Rajumgun. Kind of food you eat, you become. Like that, I'm sure Dr. Naveen will agree with that completely. Catabolism, anabolism, and metabolism. Vayu, Pitta, and Kapha. These are the 3 processes happens in the body all the time. how you manage them through the health is very important. That's where the basic, science of yoga, meditation, everything comes from that.
So Sam, let's take a comment from Professor Sudhir and Paul Tavares and Hitendra on what Naveen said. Just take a minute each, please. And then we want to go to the Swami, who while meditating is taking everything on. So Professor, 1 minute. What did you get? What key did you pick from Naveen?
Jai Gurudev. This is the greeting which is international in Maharshi's universe. I'm so thrilled to hear it after so many years. And I am overwhelmed, as you can experience from my voice. But Dr. Naveen is exceptional in today's universe. So is all the enlightened people on our Heal the Earth platform. Dr. Naveen, keep up your good work. We need it. People do not understand that Veda is not the redundant part of Ayurveda. Without knowledge, there is no health. And if there is no health, all the wealth is worthless. If we want to find a recent example, think of Steve Jobs in 2010-11. The man said, my billions are no powerful to buy me 2 years of work so that I can finish the next product. So let's learn from that and not let those things happen to our loved ones. I will say one more thing, and that is, you are absolutely right. Sam is absolutely right. The 8 principles of what we eat is who we become. 8 principles of yoga is what our soul becomes. These set of 8 principles are indispensable if we want to enjoy our life as God's gave it to us. And I will conclude by saying this one. I am a farmer by training, and in India I have started a project. I call it Manage Farm. Man apprehends nature and acts to govern existence farm. And I'm starting this in India in 5 places. That is what my rest of the years are dedicated to. And I'm starting one in New York this September. I'm coming to New York in September. I'll stay for 4 months for this project. I will need all the help from all the Heal the Earth people here. Please be kind and give me all your wisdom so I don't end up reinventing the field, my friends. Thank you very much, Neil, for letting me be here and give me a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sudhir. Seema, if you can activate with Amrita, Reni Mehra, who was with the former governor of New York and the women's equality, and then maybe she can expedite Sakul's request even faster. And Sharon, you and Hitendra, because you are in USA, let's bring that project farm, let's manage that farm project over there. And Sudhir, also in India, we've got a lot of contacts, and obviously you are connected with Rotarian Lal Goyal, who is a producer at Healing Our Earth. So let us join and expand our knowledge, our family, our ideas together. Naveen, you can maybe get that project into Switzerland, Luxembourg, Holland. So this is what we do at Healing Our Earth. We will keep you in loop over there. Seema, you can look in with Amrita, who is connected with everybody. And then let's explore these ideas. So well done. Congratulations on your project. We wish you all the best. We are with you because you are our family, okay? And at this point, I want to ask each one of you, it may be a tricky question, so be careful how you answer to me. I'm going to ask each one of you and give your own unique answer. I will start with Hitendra Rana first. Is happiness important to you, wealth or health? Whatever you answer, what is the best tip for that answer? Hitendra, over to you.
It's a very beautiful question that is going on in everybody's mind, especially the young people, young generation, who are becoming victim of artificial intelligence. What we learn from Maharshi Navinji is we have to activate our inner intelligence and then let that wisdom guide us to live and guide in our life. So happiness is, of course, going to be my first priority. It is not the wealth or money or success in the material world, but happiness from within is going to be my priority, and that is possible through our ancient wisdom.
Thank you, Hitendra. So Hitendra has chosen happiness over wealth and health. Now, Seema, health, wealth, or happiness? And if whatever you choose, how do you manage that?
I think most importantly, happiness. You know, a happy person is a healthy person, and a healthy person and a happy person is an abundant person. You can have all, like Professor Sudhir said earlier on, Steve Jobs had all the wealth in the world. Yeah. But that wealth could not buy him health. It's a known fact that people spend their whole life trying to accumulate wealth. And then they spend the other half of their life using that wealth to look after their health, because they haven't invested in their health. They haven't invested in their state of mind of being happiness. I believe if you're happy as a person, you can have optimum health, and create the abundance you want in any form you want. It doesn't only have to be material. Abundance is joy, abundance is health, abundance is happiness, abundance is connections. There's so many definitions to abundance.
Thank you. So two people have chosen happiness. Sharon, happiness, health, or wealth for you?
Happiness, because happiness leads to having more Shakti, having more energy, and being in flow, I love that word, with yourself and with nature. And so when you're happy, and happy is like bliss, it's like being in that clear, present state of love, actually. Love for the world and love for oneself. So I choose happiness.
Thank you, Sharon. You are very succinct about it. It is a tricky question. Be careful, because when I give my answer, okay, it may be same as you or maybe different. Let's go to Paul. Paul, what do you feel? Happiness, health, or wealth?
I'm going to say, firstly, that the three are interlinked quite intimately. But for me, I'm going to go with health, because health is mind, body, emotion, and spirit. And if you feed a thought into your mind, it can manifest into happiness. If you feed an emotion into your body, it can manifest into wealth. If you feed food into your body, you can attract all three, depending on how clean you are on the inside. And we were talking about creating the vessel on the inside and manifesting outside. So I'm going to go for health.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, so 3 happiness, 1 health. Over to you, Sarah. Sarah, happiness, health, or wealth for you?
I'm definitely going for health as well, because I totally echo what Paul has said, which is they are all interlinked. So if I feed exactly that, if I'm feeding my mind with healthy thoughts and my body with healthy food, I absolutely believe I will feel happy too, inside and outside. And so definitely for me, it's health.
Thank you. This is a democratic process. At Healing Our Earth, we are very democratic. Let's have everything. Now we go to the smiling Bapu. Yeah, and I think we'll have a spiritual answer there. Let's see how he comes with a labyrinth of an answer. So Bapu, tell us, happiness, health, or wealth?
Well, I think the question is skewed a little toward happiness, but if you had said happiness or wealthness or healthness, then we would see that they're really three versions of wholeness. And the nest indicates an infinite field. So it's not to be happy, but happiness. Not to be wealthy, but wealthness. Not just to be healthy, but healthness. Then we will find them really interlinked, truly. However, we each have a nervous system that is unique. And so I think just as somebody predominates in one yoga, say Gyan or Bhakti, rather than another yoga, then one can really focus one's uniqueness on the universal. So I'm sorry, I have to say all the above, and that equals wholeness. That is my orientation.
Thank you. I did promise you that Bapu will take us into labyrinth of answers. So you decipher what pleases you and then select one from there. Thank you, Bapu. And let's go to Sam.
Okay. In my life, when I was young, I had wealth, I had happiness, I didn't care about the health, I had a lot, but then I find love is, and I believe neither of them. I need love. When you have love, then you automatically you're happy, you look after your health, and everything goes from there. So love plays a very important part. First, learn to love yourself. We know how to love others. We don't know how to love yourself. Once you love yourself, you're healthy, and you're happy, then you're healthy, and then you're wealthy as well. That's it. So love is very important. Self-love.
Thank you, Sam. So Sam says, love thyself. So if you notice, in healthy is healthy. If you separate the word healthy, is healthy. Okay, so heal die. So when you say healthy, is heal die. So maybe Sam, you're getting warmer over there. So we've got 2 very clear health, 3 very clear happy. We've got love. Swami took us into labyrinth. So whoever has got the key, get out of it, and pick it, because his answer was very correct, because he went into a wholesome answer. But you need to decipher that. Let's go to Naveen Gupta. Very clear. Health, wealth, or happiness for you?
पोथी पढ़ पढ़ पंडित भयो न कोई, ढाई आखर प्रेम का पढ़े वो पंडित होए. The whole knowledge of the whole universe is in 2.5 letters in Hindi. We call it prem, that is love. And in Dutch we used to say, ik hou van mij, I love myself. And you are correct, and the wealth also is so important, because I will tell you here, health is wealth. Health is wealth. And perfect health means health, happiness, and harmony of body, mind, and soul. That is perfect health. So I will take, if I have to choose between the 3, amongst the 3, I will choose health. But happiness also I will support everybody. Why? Because Ananda, blissful state. Maha Ananda, the highest state of bliss. Paramananda, the bestest and the highest state of your consciousness, inner consciousness, meeting the cosmic consciousness. When your individual consciousness meets the super consciousness, and then they merge with each other like the water or milk merge in the ocean, then you cannot separate the milk. So merging the 2 consciousness, your individual consciousness to the supreme consciousness, that is perfect health. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Dr. Naveen has gone for perfect health, although He says happiness is okay too as well. Lata, health, wealth, or happiness for you?
Shall I start with Global Namaste first?
Let's go ahead.
Yeah. So what I would say, I'm going to go on a tangent here. I believe it's connection to the divine and understanding the divine reason for making us and the planet, and having that relationship with him, taking all the good things from all the different teachings and books. That's, I think happiness is a byproduct, definitely. It's not something you can pursue. But yeah, having a good relationship with God, you start respecting and your body, and your mental health will improve and everything else. And of course, hopefully, you know, the wealth will come with that, because you need the wealth to promote things. I mean, we wouldn't have had all this technology of Zoom like we're enjoying now without that. So I think it's all entwined, but it's having that supreme understanding and divisions of
So is it health, wealth, or happiness for you? Just choose one.
I think it would be obviously the I think it has to be good health to then bring in the rest, because then you have the understandings.
Thank you. So Lata has finally chosen good health. Mita, you are there as well. What is for you, health, wealth, or happiness? A quick answer, please.
Global Namaste to everyone. For me, it is health. For me, it is happiness. Quite clearly, because if your state of mind is healthy, I mean, if you are happy, then the mental health part is not affecting you. So if your mental health is good, it also, as we say, disease is disease. So any kind of disease, any psychosomatic problems which is cultivating the physical symptoms of disease will not be surfacing, because you're happy. Your mind is happy because your state of mind is affected by your happiness quotient. And health is wealth. So as a byproduct of being happy, you become healthy. No matter you might be suffering from whatever illness, you have the potential to bounce back. And wealth is, what is wealth? How do you define wealth? Is wealth the material side of wealth, or wealth of relationship, the profound friend circle you have, support system you have? What is wealth actually? Are the people that who are topmost wealthiest people of the world, are they wealthy in what? Materialistic pleasures, or they are wealthy in the abundance of life? So for me, it is happiness, which flows into health, mental health and physical health. And as a result of that, you know, you are wealthy, no matter whether you have a penny or you are a millionaire.
Okay, so there you are. Mita has given her answer. Judith, what answer is for you? Do you like health, wealth, or happiness? What do you seek there, Judith? You can unmute yourself. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Peace to everybody. Global Namaste.
Landscape, if you can, please. Judith.
Yes. Hi, my name is Judith Morales, and I'm actually in New Jersey. And I have to tell you, funny enough, I was listening to something about this. I think the awareness of the body and the mind when it comes to happiness, because your health has to do with the understanding of the subconscious mind of what exactly is going on. So happiness does not happen unless you're fully connected with that subconscious mind, with the you, with the I that is in you, which connects you with God. So that brings all of the energy that the body needs in order, because it says the joy of the Lord is my strength, right? So you have to have happiness in order for every single nerve, or the chi, as they call it, everything to be moving correctly. There has to be a sense of happiness, because happiness is connection with the soul, connection with the mind, connection with the I am. Then you become happy. Then you smile. Then you have an understanding and an overwhelming sense of what everything is in this universe. Because it's only when you're still, right? It says, be still and know that I am God. So when you are still, you connect with that, I guess, the surge, right, of what people call electricity, or whichever I call it, the Almighty God, which is our spirit also. But still, the chi in that is completely different. But when you get that connection and that stillness, then joy, then you smile, then every other thing that does not belong there starts becoming, you become aware of what you need to deal with, what you need, if you're sick, if there's any unforgiveness, if there's anything in that heart, in this body of yours that does not belong, then you start breathing it out. So I would say happiness, and understanding of happiness being stillness, being the connection of who you are, which is true love. And then that will bring everything else into fruition and into connection, because then your subconscious mind takes over and starts telling you what you need to deal with, because you are here to fulfill a greater calling. And that calling only your spirit knows via the self-conscious mind. And so happiness to me, and it's not only just, oh, I'm happy because I got this, I got that. Happiness being one with the self, therefore being united and reconnected to God. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Judith. Yes, and you brought love in it as well. While you are at it, Judith, and since you are happy, do you want to invoke Shiva while we are here? Because shortly we'll be closing. So go for it. Let's invoke Shiva for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Shivaya Namo. Shivaya Namo. Shivaya Namo. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 And I have to say, as I was invoking, what came to my spirit is, these are spiritual beings. These are spiritual essence. These are spiritual beings that are to be respected, that gives us life, that breathes into our life according to our belief, according to whom you want to believe in. So we have to now, we're in a state in this world that we have to understand how to humble ourselves and how to be not only enlightened by them, but how to give them reverence, how to give them honor, give them the rightful place that they deserve. Call out to them as they truly are, the space that they occupy. We need to learn about these spiritual beings and where they are in their power in our lives, and humble ourselves, giving them the space to do what they're here to do in such a time as this. So that's the message that I had as I was invoking.
Thank you, Judith. Well, it's wonderful that none of you chose wealth as your first priority. I wonder if you were true to yourself, but I'm not going to question you here. And then most of you chose happiness. So I'm going to leave you with a thought. Can you be happy if you are not healthy? Can you really be happy when you are not healthy? But if you are healthy, can you be happy? The answer lies in the question. And if you know anybody who is over 95-year-old, just go and ask them, What is the most important thing in the life? And they'll give you the answer. We are not going to reveal the answer here. We'll meet next time. But yes, I'm glad that you mostly chose happiness and health. Just remember one thing, if you're not healthy, can you be anything else? If you are happy but not healthy, what happens then? So there lies the answer. What we are going to do now, Sharon, Seema, we are 90 minutes over, but we don't care. At Healing Our Earth, we like overrunning because we got wonderful people joining us. So I think, Bapu, maybe you and Hitendra are good at chanting as well. So let's have a bit of chant from both of you, then from Sharon, then from Seema. Just before that, Sam wants to make a comment. Sam, your comment, please, and then we go to Bapu and Hitendra.
नहीं अभी सावन का महीना है तो I want to do मैं शिव जी का भजन बोलना चाहते हैं. Can I sing that?
Please go ahead. Yes, go ahead. It's okay. Everybody can do bhajans and kirtan and mantra.
Om Mahadev Shiv Shankar Shambho Umakant Tripurare Mitrunjay Vichvadvat Sulin Ganga Ghar Mijmadnare Har Shiv Shankar Gaurisham Vande Ganga Dharmisham Rudram Pasupati Mishanam Kalekasi Purinatham Jai Shambho Shiv Gauri Shankar Jai Shambho Om Shyam Sada Sudai Amrit Rudrai Parvati Pran Balbhai Namo Namah Har 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 Mahadev Jai Shambho.
How wonderful, Sam. For those of you who don't know Sam, in his youth, in his teenager time, he was nothing like this. He has actually lived the life differently from what he was to what he is now. That teaches you that the time heals you, time teaches you. When the right time comes, adopt it, don't run away from it. When you feel spiritual, be. If you were young and you were running and drinking and gambling or whatever you were doing, fine, you were growing up. But the moment you get the sense in you, then wake up, because for every dark night, the following morning definitely comes. One thing that no president or nobody on the earth can stop is the time. So always remember that. So Sam, that's so beautiful. Hitendra, you and Bapu, and then we'll go to Seema and Sharon. Sharon has got a comment and we will close. So Hitendra, what would you like to chant for us?
I would sing 2 lines from a beautiful song from Bollywood, and that will really enrich us for today's conversation. We talked about Purusha and Prakriti, divine masculine and feminine energy. We are on the platform of Healing Our Earth, which is, again, Earth is feminine energy, Mother Nature. I want to sing that song for Mother Nature, Mother Earth, okay? तारों में सज के अपने सूरज से देखो धरती चली मिलने, तारों में सज के अपने सूरज से देखो धरती चली मिलने, जन की पायल मच गई हलचल, अंबर सारा लगा खिलने, तारों में सज के अपने सूरज से देखो धरती चली मिलने. That is going to be the union of divine masculine and feminine, yin and yang, dharti and suraj.
So Earth meeting the sun, dressed up in the stars. Isn't it wonderful that how where the song is trying to say that? So from Sam to Hitendra, from Judith to Sam to Hitendra, why should we leave out Sarah and Paul and them? They might be singer or they might be a poet or something. Sarah? No, Sarah says, leave me out, not at the moment. But Sarah, maybe you just want to say a line or two of something beautiful from your heart of winning. It's okay. Think of it. We'll come back to you. Paul, do you sing and dance? Because you are in martial arts, so I don't want to mess about with you. You can unmute yourself, Paul. Just unmute yourself. Yes.
I'll tell you what, I'll read something because I don't want to destroy this lovely talk with my singing.
Go ahead.
So, just give me a second. I've got something.
Okay, while Paul, you are looking for it, you and Sarah, let's go to Bapu there. Bapu, what have you got lined up for us? Either a poem, chanting, or something with your nice exuberance of your Bapu-ness. You can unmute yourself, please. You need to unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, I will share the Maha Mantra that in 1975, Param Puja Bapu Shri received in the darshan with Lord Dattatreya. Lord Dattatreya or Lord Datta is the unity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, so the wholeness. So this mantra is given to the wholeness of life. Hari Om Tat Sat Jai Guru Datta. 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 Sadgurudeva ki Jai.
Isn't it beautiful that together, collectively, we are invoking so much energy collectively, and we are in different parts of the earth. And who says pandemic only brought misery? Pandemic brought us together as well. There was a reason for Almighty to get us together and say, hey, look, if you don't behave, then you'll pay the penalty, maybe unite. And wasn't it a time that we unite? And isn't it nice how we, from a different country, different place, different style, starting from Judith to Sam to Hitendra, going into Bapu. Paul, go on, enlighten us.
Sure. So in the 108th form of Yang Tai Chi, traditional Tai Chi, again, 108, there we go, there's another synchronicity with yoga, right? But there's a movement called looking for the golden needle and opening the fan. And that just signifies, and this is how one of my own shifus put it, and I pass this on to all my students, whether I'm teaching the harder or softer martial arts, but it signifies looking for stillness for movement, and understanding heaviness is the foundation of lightness, and understanding that burdens and heaviness through going through life's challenges is the way to create enlightenment.
Simple, but very effective. If you can take it in your mind, it's simple. The problem with us human beings is we are so much surrounded with so many things that we don't take simple things in mind. We have forgotten. We don't even, when we are walking, we are not enjoying the beautiful sky, the bees, the birds chirping. Pay attention to nature and you will be shocked how beautiful you feel, what you can take in. Well, we are moving very well. Why should we ignore Professor Sudhir? He might be a singer, dancer, musician. We don't know what he is. What have you got for us?
I have nothing. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm not a singer. I'm not a dancer.
But you are a
But I
smiler.
collect. So if I can recite a quotation, will that be okay?
Go ahead, please.
So a doctor who studied 40 years before our Dr. Naveen, he says, if wealth is lost, nothing is lost. If wealth is lost, nothing is lost. If health is lost, something is lost. If character is lost, then everything is lost. And by character, he meant staying united with Mother Nature, respecting earth, respecting sky. If you do that, you have good character. If you're disconnected, you have lost your character. This is what the doctor said. And I think it is good for us. I remember that quotation for myself.
And Professor
Thank you.
Sudhir, if ever you want to know what you are, well, you got a smile plastered on you all the time. So keep it there. And your point is very right. Healing our earth was what we decided during the pandemic. Immediately as pandemic came, we brought healing our earth because everybody knew that we need to heal the earth. We are abusing the earth. Those who are in a climate area problem with heat and fire and floods and thunderstorms are now realizing that we can't mess about. Well,
Yes.
Sarah has come back. She has practiced a dance and a song, but she might just say a saying. Sarah, you are smiling. What have you got lined up for us?
I'm not singing. You don't want to hear me singing. But I would say, because I do love words, I would say,
Sarah,
unmute myself. Sorry. Yes,
Well-
sorry. No, you don't. I don't want me to sing. That would spoil everything. But
it's
I'm
okay
absolutely
because
loving.
your internet
Yeah.
has gone on a loop.
Oh, am I back?
Yes, you are back. We can hear
Oh,
you.
okay. Yes, I love words. So I would say it's always sunny when you're running towards the light. And that's what I look for, the light. And also from one of my favorite Buddhist teachings from Daisaku Ikeda, I love his line that he says, as human beings, let us reach beyond our small, limited selves and attain an all-encompassing state of being, our hearts communicating with the vast universe.
Now you see why she is good at winning the heart. Because Sarah says it with the word, and she says she loves going towards the light. Well, we have heard the saying, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Basically, what it means in a simple form, for every night, I said earlier, regardless of what happens on the earth, except for the zone where 6 months is night and 6 months is day, the following few hours will break into daylight, whether it's sunny or not. So there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Please believe it. So don't worry, just sustain yourself, find a solution. Remember, there are never problems. You are being given opportunity to find solution. I think we have covered everybody. Naveen actually also likes classical. He doesn't dance, but he loves classical dance and classical songs. And he might have a saying or he might sing to us. Naveen, what have you got lined up for us?
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है तो मैं नहीं. Here I've used the word मैं 2 times. मैं means I, myself, mine, and मैं also means the ego. When I was there, the God was not there. That I means the ego. When I was not there, the God was there. That means when ego was not there, God was there. And with one song I finished because my battery is finishing off also. And that is Kalatita Gunatita Bhavatita Brahma 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 Brahma. Beyond time, beyond mental attributes, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, and beyond bhava, there is only one thing, which is Bhava Tita Dhyana, transcendental meditation, which brings you to transcendence. And that is the state when you enter into Turya Tita Avastha. Beyond the 7th level of the highest level of the meditation, that is the Turya Atita Avastha. So that was the song I could sing for you fully, but with few sentences, I say Global Namaste to all of you. And thank you so much for bringing me on this platform, for introducing all the beautiful people. Today, Bapuji, Seemaji, Professor Saab, Sam, Paul, Judith, Sharon, one and only Sharon, then Lataji, then behind the screen, Nishit. He doesn't come on the screen, but he's there. And you are also behind the screen, Neil, and Mitaji, and Hitendraji. Whosoever I see, thank you so much.
Thank you. So Dr. Naveen said, when I was there, God was not there. And I refers to himself or ego. But when God was there, I was not there. So when he let go of the ego, it was too late. God was there. So don't carry ego. Ego is not very good. Ego is just temporarily. Okay? If you are without ego, you will be lighter as well. Carry your body with lightness. Don't have a vengeance and revenge. Don't, if you are married, don't pick on your spouse. If you got children, don't feel bad. If you got parents, don't worry, just lighten up. The journey belongs to you. And just go smoothly and nicely. Sharon, you had a comment, you sing as well. Seema sings Achutam Keshavam as well. So now let's maybe wind up. I think we have covered everybody. So Sharon, what have you got?
This was my comment. It was actually for Judith. So here we go. Da din din da da din din da na tin tin na tin tin da ga da din din da da din din da na tin tin da tin tin Mahadev 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 Trishula Damaru Adyanata Chandranata Maheshwara Tripurari Adyanata Chandranata Maheshwara Tripurari Mahadev 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 Mahadev.
How beautiful, Sharon. You not only just sung it, you actually used your movements because you are obviously a top dancer, classical dancer, and you learned from Sitara Devi. And 50 years back, you used to frequent India and subsequently as well. Hitendra, what did you think of what Sharon delivered just a moment back?
I would say the mudra said everything more than the words were singing. So what she was expressing was true realization for all of us. Everything that we learn from beginning till end, what Dr. Naveen also said about the Ardhanareshwara Rupa, which is the Purusha and Prakriti getting in one, united. That is what we learn from Judith and Sharon's song when we were talking about Shiva and Shakti. I feel the ultimate of everything, as Dr. Naveen again said, I would like to remember that love is the ultimate of everything. You want to realize God, there is only one lane, and that lane's name is love. Okay? So, Prema Gali Ati Sankari. Prema Gali Ati Sankari. Tame Dona Samai. Prema Gali Ati Sankari. Tame Dona Samai. जब मैं था तो हरि नहीं, जब हरि तो मैं नहीं. That is what it is. Leave the ego, leave the intelligence. What we are seeking is health and happiness through yoga and meditation. But ultimate is not the happiness that exists with the jiva or body and mind on the earth, which is, it is just sukha or comfort. But what we want is mahasukha at the soul level, or joy, ananda, that is possible only through love when we connect with the divine, Paramananda, Satchidananda. And that is what I felt in encompassing everything that we learn from the wisdom of Ayurveda, from the wisdom of Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and all what our learned, distinguished guests have shared with us. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Hitendra. Very nicely summarized. Naveen gave the key to eternal health, and then Judith came in a Shiva invoking, and Sharon, as you said, the perfect mudra. Nice, not just singing, but the way she artistically narrated it. It was so beautiful. Seema, what do you think?
I think we are really celebrating the auspicious month of Shiva through all these lovely mantras and mudras, from Judith's Om Namah Shivaya, which I love so much, to Sharon's mudras. And at Healing Our Earth, when we come together, we create so much energy. It is so beautiful that we all connect on this platform. You know, we are all so blessed. As you know, I was just reflecting, as I do when we go into these conversations of wisdom, that we're so lucky. We're here, we're connecting on this platform on Zoom, we're all smiling, we're making new friends. How about we all just take a moment, just one second, and we sit with our spines erect, and we take a deep long breath in, and let's put our hands on our hearts. And as we connect within, really feeling our heart chakra, fill it up with so much love and light. Because this is our essence on this platform. We want to heal our earth. And as we fill our hearts up with this love, with this light, really fill it up, take a deep breath in. Let's just pour all this love, light, and healing energy out to our world, to our planet, especially to the countries that are in conflict right now. Let us not forget them. And let us be there present with this energy every day, sending it out to our planet. We have a climate crisis going on. We have countries in conflict. There is so much going on in our world purely because we have forgotten to live in, as Dr. Naveen said, in wisdom. Ayurveda, Veda. Let's take this light, let's send it out, and let us all move together to heal our earth. Jai Gurudev. And have gratitude for everything that we have received.
Thank you, Seema. What a wonderful soul our Seema is as well. And Paul, I'm coming back to you. Paul, I know that you don't dance particularly, but you saw Sharon weaving her hands into the correct movement and her eyes were following. You are a martial art. Is there a similar moment you do to make you feel happy?
There is. There's a symbol, and Sharon will know this as well. There's a symbol in ancient Chinese called Tai, and Tai is represented by the arms and the legs spread out like this, and a small curved blotch below the belt at the lower dantian. And so it signifies gathering energy from the universe, being open, being receptive, and being powerful. And we can't change the world unless we're powerful ourselves. I don't mean it in a dominating way, but I mean it in the strength and the power to stand up for what is wrong and clearly unjust. And so we can do this movement together. Hold your hands like this. And you want to align the palms or the Lao Gong points on the palms like this. Lao Gong points are like minor chakras. Okay, so if you hold your hands like this and you stretch your spine gently, think of expansion, expanding your growth, your health, your happiness, your wealth, and think of gathering all that resource as you bring your hands in, slowly and consciously, and storing it here in the lower dantian. And just think about how you might use that to make the world a better place, yourself better, and help the planet.
Beautiful, Paul. And Paul, you are very new to Healing Our Earth, and welcome. You are now part of the family. You will explore some possibilities with Seema. Tell us, what is your experience like at Healing Our Earth?
I've really enjoyed it. I mean, you're all very nice people. You all have a really great energy, and you know, it's really nice to be part of this. It's nice to be taught as well as teach. So I like to be a student as well as a teacher. I've learned so much.
Thank you, Paul. You are part of the family at Healing Our Earth. There are no doors, no windows, no keys. You can walk in whenever you feel like, bathe into the energy, come in as you please and go as you please. That's what Healing Our Earth is. And shortly we'll be going to Judith because she has picked some energy at the moment, so she wants to talk. And Bapu, you are your first time, and thanks to Sharon. What do you feel at Healing Our Earth? You can unmute yourself, please.
I feel that the seed of wholeness has been planted and that the earth is deeply in need of going beyond content to the context, going beyond limitation to what is unlimited. And everyone here carries a flavor of that which is unlimited, and then bringing them by through their unique nervous system and talents into moving expression, truly gifted expression. We live in the universe, the unity of all diversity, and so the diversity of our individuality meeting the universality of our being. This is a wonderful home for all that will heal the earth.
Thank you, Bapu. So that is nicely, succinctly put and summarized. And it's so nice that we always ask everybody, because we feel that it's a home that should have no boundary, as you said. There should be no limit, no discrimination, no gender bias, no bashing companies or anything. Just live, breathe, and move on and spread energy so everybody heals together. Judith, you think you felt something. So go on, tell us your experience, what you felt while we were at it.
Yes, this is for someone. So as everyone was speaking, and even when I was doing the Shiva mantra, and that's why I think the message came through, an overwhelming sense of oppression, and it's like a depression. It just hovered right there as the conversations were going, and a picture of the person came to mind, but I will not say it is who it is, but you know who you are. So the message is, it's like you're carrying so much burden. It's let it go. Like, spiritually speaking, our spiritual practices are for us to heal the world, not for us to be burdened by it. So whatever it is going on, even if it's something in your relationship, even if it's, I don't know, issues with your husband, whatever that's being spoken, whatever energy that's being projected to you, whatever issue that's going on in marriage right now, there might be some issues. God wants you to know He's been with you. And do not focus on the particular energy. Your strength is going through the pain so that you can be stronger. Do not look at what's going on around you as, oh my God, everything is going to go. There's no such thing as an ending. We are infinite being. It's just a moment. You're just going through a moment. So relax, let go. Do not fight what you're feeling, but get the message from what it is, why you're feeling it. So that's it. Take care of yourself and don't be afraid and just go through it.
Well said, Judith. Judith is saying, she mentioned husband, but wives are included in it as well. If you are suffering from your spouse and you feel that, you've been together and everything, find a new avenue. Don't suffer. Sometimes surrendering to your siblings or your offspring is good, because you bring your children, you educate them. Suddenly they want to bring some different facets in your life. Trust them. Give your life to them. They will not destroy you. They are your offsprings, or your parents. We always feel our parents that maybe they are slightly out of date. Well, educationally, maybe, but spiritually and wisdom-wise, they are well ahead of us. A 90-year parent knows how the knee functions and the heart beats because he's 90-year-old. You are only 50-year-old, for example. Take the wisdom from people. Steal the knowledge. That is sweet stealing from older generation. Whatever you can grab it with open arms. So Judith, yes, don't be scared. Don't run away from anything. It's all wonderful. Well, we are nearly 2 hours over, but do we care? Because at Healing Our Earth, we are always running over. We enjoy. Let's ask Professor, this is his second or third, I think it's second or third visit. Professor, what do you feel at Healing Our Earth?
I feel fulfilled. I feel completely fulfilled. And I am so grateful to you. I cannot tell you, to every one of you. These are my richest moments spent. Normally, I'm asleep 1.5 hours by this time, India Standard Time. The fact that I'm awake, Neil, is a tribute to who you brought on this platform. And I'll always be grateful to you. Anytime you invite, I'll come in. Thank you.
And Professor, this is not just me. I'm just a simple medium where sometimes Sharon or Seema, our senior, they allow me in as well. So I'm grateful to them. I'm just a person who is here. My main goal of life is to uplift people, unite people, promote them. So I love it, what's going. So thanks to all of you, we are here because so much things that we learn. Sam, you've got a comment? And maybe you can use thick Scottish accent because I love your accent, Sam.
This is Healing the Earth. All of us gather so much energy. Let's send some energy back to the people who need them. Just you open your hand up, as you breathe in, you go up all the way up to the top. Come on, you all have to do it. And then connect the two fingers together, make a heart shape, breathing out. And then come back to the heart, breathing in, and you give the energy to anybody who needs it. That's the work of the Healing of the Earth. Thank you, Neil. Bye.
Beautiful, Sam. Sam is our resident yoga expert and spiritual expert as well. He's regularly there. So if you're ever visiting Scotland, just connect to any of the healing admin team. If you don't know anybody, then just find me on the internet. Sam would just open-heartedly welcome you. He's a very good soul down there in Scotland. Seema, let's maybe now end up and let's ask Lata. Lata, what is Healing Our Earth meant for you? And how do you feel when you are our backup team? What do you feel at Healing Our Earth?
I think, well, I just want to say it's thanks to persons like Sarvanji, because he's my guru for yoga, and he has really enhanced my journey to understand the healing process with yoga and curing the mind and the soul and the body. And I love his form of delivery. It's so full of love. And it's persons like Sam, Neil, bringing this platform to us. They're all the same group, actually. If you all didn't know, I thought I might drop that in. And I really think it's such a huge blessing. And it just gets better and better. And I just think we've reached some high levels, but it just exceeds it every week. So it's just amazing how we've all connected on this platform, because I think, Sharon, you've been sending out positive energy all these years to the universe, and Bapu, you too, most probably. And we've all been sending out positive energy, and now we've all collectively got here together, which in itself is a walking, talking miracle. You know, it's the proof of the pudding here that we all feel so uplifted and that we can, you know, keep going. We don't know what the divine has in store for us. But yeah, as a team, we will do whatever God wants us to do. I think that's our innermost thoughts and thinking and feeling. So yeah, holding hands together, we'll move forward, shoulder to shoulder.
Thank you. So Lata says, holding hands together, shoulder to shoulder, together we can move and become one large family. Well, Sharon, time to thank everybody, Sharon and Seema. And we can actually ask Hitendra as well over here. He actually joined us from last year, and we did a special edition for him on Himalayan Samarpan. Hitendra, what do you find when you come to Healing Our Earth?
I feel I am at home. I feel that I am with those souls who are part of my soul tribe and who have the same mission, regardless of what background they are coming from, or what lineage of guru they are coming from, or what religion or nationality they are coming from. I think Healing Our Earth is one platform that is really meant for any soul who wants to become part of that soul tribe, become part of that one human family, become part of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the mission I was given by my master, my guru. And that is the reason why I always parallelly webcast our Healing Our Earth sessions on the Soul Satsang also, so that even if it is one soul whom we can touch through this discussion, like Professor Sudhir has been saying, that he felt he is at the right place with the right people. And the same thing, I would say that I am with the right people in right place. And we are building the right future, because that is most important thing. It is not what I have experienced yesterday that made me either happy, unhappy, healthy, unhealthy, wealthy, unwealthy, but it is the present moment today, right now, right here, together with the right soul and right energy, right attitude, right vibration, that is going to create the bright future. That is going to create the future of love and harmony. That's what I feel at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, Hitendra. Hitendra was very clear. You can keep the good memories of the past. Don't dwell on the past memories that are not good. Live in the present moment, because every second that is gone, you can't bring it back. Leave it for now. Live right now. Start being happy. Anything that's bugging you, find solution and start being happy right now. Sharon, shall we tell people what have we got lined up for our future episodes, so that those who want to join, maybe they can join later. So let's go what we've got lined up next. What is it, Sharon?
Next Sunday, August 11th, India Independence Day. Unite, empower, celebrate Independence Day, International Youth Day, igniting the spirit of freedom and youthful potential. We always sing and dance and just have a wonderful time celebrating the independence of India.
Absolutely. You can bring the quotes, your experience, your poems, your chit chat. Let's celebrate because Indians are everywhere now. It is now a country that is leading many projects. And let's celebrate our affinity. And it's also International Youth Day as well. So we bring some youth and see how the youth nowadays are. And then Sharon next.
Next, 18th of August, Global Women in Unity. Today's women uniting for a better tomorrow and into the 22nd century. This is a beautiful episode. We've done a number of these now. And really, it's a time for exploring, bringing women together to explore the beauty of who we are as mothers, as teachers, as guides, as healers, and so many other things. So it will be a wonderful show. It always is. And please join us for Glow Women.
So if you are a woman, and even if you are a man, you support women, this is an episode where it's for the women, by the women, of the women, towards the women. And the next one.
Janamashtami special, celebrate Krishna, joyful devotion, embrace the divine melody. This is also with song and dance and celebration and lila, etc. So this is always such a special episode. Please join us.
And Sharon, you have a special dance for it. You got such a good dance that I think every time you show that video, we want to see more and more. So make sure you bring that video again this time.
Oh, I'm thinking of making a little dance to Michael Henry Dunn's Krishna chant.
Yes, even more beautiful. And we remember your son dressed up as Krishna so many years back in India. So let's bring that love during Janmashtami, which is very shortly coming over here. And yes, Sharon, Seema, time to thank everybody who appeared today, either one of you, and then maybe Gayatri Mantra, and we close.
Okay. It's been a pleasure to be with you today and bring the world of yoga and meditation, not only from the Vedic tradition, the Qigong, the Taoist tradition, and the labyrinth walking of the Christian tradition. It's been really a pleasure to be with all of our guests and all of you out there. And we look forward to so much more. And let's end. And Seema, what would you like to say?
I'd like to just give everyone a small quote by St. Francis of Assisi. This is something very close to my heart. And it says, start by doing what is necessary. Then do what is possible. And suddenly you'll be doing the impossible. Quoting Audrey Hepburn, she said, nothing is impossible. The word in itself has the words, I am possible. So there is nothing in this world that we cannot do.
Seema, I love it. Start by doing things that are necessary. Is that right?
That's right. Start by doing things that are necessary. Then go on to doing things that are possible. And suddenly you'll be doing the impossible. This is a quote by St. Francis of Assisi, who I love very much, because he said, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is sadness, let me sow joy. You know, and where there is hatred, love. It's a beautiful prayer by St. Francis of Assisi. But this quote by him is so inspiring, and if you hold on to it throughout your life, you know, the little things that you feel you cannot do, you just remind yourself that I'll start by doing something small, then it'll become possible, and then I'll be doing the impossible. And isn't that our vision here at Healing Our Earth and Glow
Yes,
Women
isn't it
and everything that
beautiful?
we do?
Yeah, it's beautiful. So those people, if you think something is impossible, well, start what is necessary first. Then, very simply, you will notice that you are able to do something, and later you will find that what is impossible is possible.
Yes, and Audrey Hepburn said, nothing in this world is impossible. The word impossible itself has the words, I am possible.
So Sam,
So everything is possible.
Sam, Seema is hinting at you. Nothing is impossible. Next time you come, you're going to dance on the table and you're going to do Kathak dancing, okay? Sam, you're muted. Sam, you're muted. And Professor Sudhir, you might become a raga singer when you come next time, because nothing is impossible. Start necessary things and gently keep on doing it, and nothing is impossible. Sam has already started. Look at it. Sam is following Sarah. That's it. Perfect. Sharon, we love the moon. Maybe shall we ask Hitendra to finish with Gayatri Mantra? Yeah?
Yes, that would be
Okay,
beautiful.
Hitendra is all yours. Nice Gayatri Mantra.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Global Namaste once again for joining us today. And may the light of Lord's Sun spread to our soul, our heart, our body, and keep us healthy, wealthy, and prosperous throughout to be joyful. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodaya Om